Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm here. So I want to first say most of you, well, many of you will know me, but this is my day job. I'm with the OAD. We've been involved in the organization of the General Assembly because we see these meetings as an opportunity to impact on society. And so there is a close connection between the spirit and the work of the OAD and what we're hoping to achieve with this General Assembly. I was supposed to chair this session, but there's a small crisis that I need to deal with. So unfortunately, so Joyful, who you would have all heard from, she's been helping to organize this session. She's gonna take over the chairing. But I just want to say at the outset, you know, when the OAD started, it's one of the oldest of the IAU offices. When the OAD started, it really was, we were trying to find out, like, you know, what can astronomy do for society? And when it was actually Patricia Whitelock that that came up with this when we were sort of grappling with how to capture the vision of this. And she said, why don't you just say astronomy for a better world? Because that's essentially what it is. And what does a better world mean? It's that there are so many challenges in the world. There's so many things that we don't even understand. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have been sort of our target officially, but it's only because that's the closest we have to a universal definition of development. But development itself is a complex thing, and it means different things to different parts of the world. And in a world that is hugely diverse, all we can hope for is to make it better, to be able to ease the challenges of inequality, challenges of poverty, challenges of unemployment. These are things that we can't actually define. And so the OED has always been flexible in trying to trying to find our way, building partnerships with people outside of astronomy, and at the end of the day, just try to make the world a better place. So that's the sort of openness that we'd like to have, the spirit that we have within the OAD, within all the regional offices, the projects that we funded. And that's why we attract people like Joyful, Dr. Joyful Mdluli. She's a particle physicist. She's from South Africa. She's worked on CERN, and she was so attracted to the OAD that we now have her as an OAD postdoc, and she'll be chairing the session for you. So thank you very much, Joyful.
Thank you, Kevin. I was not mentally prepared to chair the session, so but then, you know, these things happen, so here we are. So today we will start the session by having the IAU president give us a talk on the Astronomy for a Better World Reflections of the OAD. Deborah, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It is my pleasure. Follow Kevin has a tough act because he's all heart. Joyful asked me to talk about the OAD from an executive perspective, and looking at the audience, much of what I'm going to say is already familiar to all of you because many of you are doing all this work. So from the start, thank you. So just a little history. The OAD was in fact the very first IAU office. We founded it in 2011 following the IAU strategic plan that then Vice President George Miley and Patricia and others helped develop. That was for 2010-2020, and that was adopted at the General Assembly in 2009. Then we thought, well, we're not just about the OAD, we do a lot of other things too, so let's have a strategic plan that encompasses all aspects of the expanded mission of the IAU. So we have a strategic plan for 2020-2030 that set goals and actions for all of the offices and all of the scientific activities of the IAU, including the OAD, and that was adopted in Vienna at the General Assembly in 2018. So we have 5 main goals, and goal 3 is to use astronomy as a tool for development in every country. So goal 3 was really targeting the OAD. And in addition to the ongoing efforts of that office, we included some new action items. So the OAD, of course, has its own strategic plan, but it ties into the overall strategic plan for the IAU. Part of the resolution at the General Assembly in 2018 that adopted this strategic plan requested that we have a review of the plan up to this General Assembly, and again at the General Assembly in 2027. So I presented a midterm review at the Executive Committee 110 in April, and I sent a review of that to all of the IAU members, and we'll post it on the IAU website when we get our new database set up. So this talk will just focus on the OAD aspect from an executive perspective. Goal 3 has several actions, again, involving the OAD. They're to develop global signature projects, to contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, to establish regional offices to cover all populated regions, to refine the OAD project evaluation and feedback loop, to use astronomical technology to position young people for career opportunities, to establish interdisciplinary partnerships around science for development, and to source the necessary funding. All of these are possible because astronomy is both inspirational and transformational, so it should appeal to everyone. And so we have, as the first action, develop a number of global OAD signature projects. As most of you are aware, the OAD has 3 main flagship programs: Astronomy for Mental Health, which is harnessing the inspirational potential of astronomy; Astrotourism, which is the socioeconomic development through astronomy; and Hack for Development, using astronomy knowledge and skills to apply to many different areas in developing countries. So far, over the past 13 years, there have been over 220 funded projects that tie into these main flagships. They have a 96% success rate on the impact and implementation of these projects, which I think is absolutely remarkable. So that's a big check for the first action item. Again, a review of our strategic plan. As Kevin mentioned, the heart of the OAD efforts is to contribute significantly to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And so to contribute to at least half of them was the goal set up when we wrote the strategic plan. These are the SDGs from the United Nations, and at least 12 of them, by my count, have been impacted already, outlined in purple here. So big check for that action item. These action items that have shown up in the various projects, and these are self-reported when people propose for the projects, they say what SDG they intend to impact. Good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, peace, justice, strong institutions, partnerships for the goals. All of these have been met through various projects. So they all start with an interest in astronomy and use that as a launch pad to contribute to society in many, many different ways. For example, there's the Rediscovering Identity Through Astronomy, the RIDA program in Chile, which involves indigenous teachers and students. They look at the sky, there are other astro activities. They explore their indigenous roots in culture and astronomy, since astronomy is in fact embedded in all of our lives and all of our cultures. So they've impacted quality education and sustainable cities. These are all through the OAD website. They have a long list of all their projects. And so I just called some of the ones that caught my eye. There's also astronomy for mental health in Armenia, Nigeria, and Spain that involves stargazing, astronomy talks, appreciating the beauty of the cosmos, and just listening to each other. So this impacts good health, well-being, quality education. What I love most are the pictures, just seeing the young people really connecting. The radio astronomy for education in SKA partner countries involved building a teaching radio astronomy observatory from scratch. So in Nigeria, they did it among the indigenous population, again, impacting education, equality, and reducing inequalities. There's the big data hackathons in SKA partner countries in Africa, involving education, work and economic growth, inequalities, partnerships. Another effort was to establish enough regional offices to cover all populated regions of the world. Oh, there are now 11 regional offices and language centers. The most recent ones were in Europe, established in 2018, and in North America, established in 2020. And each of the regional offices has its own projects. For example, NA Road has projects for women and girls in astronomy, Beyond the Beach, Caribbean astrotourism, and accessible astronomy software for all. So big check on establishing regional offices. I almost put a check minus because we don't cover the whole world yet, but it looked good enough that I thought that deserved a check. So here are the efforts to date. Everything in color is a country that has a regional office. You notice parts of the world are missing. This is excellent progress, but there's noticeable gaps. Russia, India, Argentina, for example. But all of these have had OAD projects, especially there have been a lot in India. So there are not regional offices there, but they're certainly tied into the OAD activities. New Zealand and Australia don't have an office, but they have a relatively low population density. So when you look at populated regions of the world, well, of course, we have SKA base there. So there are opportunities, but again, they're certainly connected to IAU activities. So check. Another action was to use astronomy and its technology to position young people for career opportunities throughout society. So there are many, many examples throughout the projects. The hackathons I mentioned, using knowledge and skills in astronomy, programming, data handling, data analysis, machine learning, infrastructure, all helping to build for careers, whatever the young people decide to do. Distance learning programs, a lot of them, particularly during the pandemic years, developing STEM skills, health, again, especially during the pandemic, using tools for tracing health issues in the community, applying what we do as astronomers, but using those skills in many different ways. Building the radio telescopes I mentioned, mentoring, just understanding what STEM career paths there are for young people, not just to be an astronomer, but you like science, what can you do with it? Engaging in research is a way for young people to see whether they want to become a scientist per se or use those skills in some other area. So basic in science and engineering skills, a lot of programs use satellite data to teach young people what to do with data. Internet of Things, building low-cost sensors, such as for air quality monitoring, was one of the projects. So lots of big efforts on helping young people understand how the excitement that astronomy generates in them can be applied in lots of different ways. Another action was to refine the OED project evaluation and feedback loop. So that's, of course, an internal thing, but just looking at what they've got online, there's an online course on development economics, video training on how to submit the proposal, details of what's involved, and a monitoring and assessment of the project. And they also, which impressed me, they have external consultation when you're developing a proposal if you need help formulating it. And there's an independent review panel. So all of these, I think, contribute to selecting such wonderful proposals. Another was to establish interdisciplinary partnerships around science for development. So in the efforts to date, so many examples, but in data science, there have been many applications, including a World Health Organization health alert, hackathons to tackle the COVID pandemic, the Mascatane grassroots effort to develop machine translation for African languages. In mental health, working with mental health professionals to build on psychological practices to improve mental well-being through astronomy. Who doesn't find some peace if you're on a mountaintop in a dark sky? And suddenly you realize, okay, this is what it's all about. In astrotourism, partnering with local stakeholders to explore light pollution regulations, workshops, industry is part of the intersection of astronomy and tourism. So the OAD, of course, also has strong links with the other offices for outreach for young astronomers and for education. Big check. Another is to source the necessary funding to realize the above and to assist other related initiatives and fundraising. And here's the most difficult part because everything requires money. And so we've had Genevieve Marshall, who was a previous fundraiser for the IAU, who's been working with African Astronomical Society and with GA 2024. We've got a new part-time fundraiser who's working to build on her efforts and to learn from her. They're developing video training on how to do fundraising for development. And we have a promising progress for the future. And the IAU is in the process of signing a full-time fundraiser, and that will be to help all of the offices, including OAD, of course. So we're getting there. And also, of course, as Kevin mentioned, as you all know, celebrating astronomy with the world through the first ever General Assembly in Africa, and particularly to making it full open access. So I just want to conclude that OAD has made significant progress on all aspects of the strategic plan goals, using astronomy as a tool for development throughout the world. So in the future, continuing to enable local fundraising to increase project support, to expand the reach to countries without regional offices, to increase communications among the regional offices, to monitor how those offices are doing and provide advice as needed, and keep the momentum going in Africa, carrying on forward from the General Assembly. So I end with my congratulations and thanks to the OAD for 13 years of outstanding efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah. So she's basically given an overview of what to expect in today's program, because we will have some members of the office giving feedback on what we're doing at the OAD. We'll have a panel discussion with the regional officers, but we'll also have people that have been funded in some of those projects give presentations on the projects that they've done. So you basically, if you have other places to go, you've basically heard about the OAD from Deborah's talk already. We have space on that side for everyone to sit, for those who are standing. Do you have any questions for Deborah before we start with all of the other presentations? Yes, we have a question over here.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but in your map of countries that were not covered, I thought I saw all of Scandinavia and the UK as being not covered. Is that correct? Would they be covered by the European?
Yeah, so the European Regional Office does cover some of those countries, but we are sort of in between, I think, negotiations. Kevin or Charles can confirm that. And we don't have any projects, unfortunately, in those countries.
I know the answer. The European office was created and included all countries which were members of European Astronomical Society. So officially it was this criteria. And now, yes, now Scandinavia, some of Scandinavian countries are also members, so they should be included.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so now we'll move on to the first oral presentation, which will be an overview of the OAD activities. And Ram will give us this overview of what the OAD has been working on.
Okay. I don't need the clicker, I only have one slide. And thanks, Sam, for preparing that slide. Hi, everyone. Nice to see a full room in person, and hello to those online as well. Yeah, special shout out to all the OED people, the staff, regional offices, projects, and a huge network of volunteers. My name is Ram, so I run operations at the OED, which includes managing the projects that we fund. So I'll give an overview of what we have been up to. So we do this sort of summary at every GA. And the big news to report since the last year is that we've officially now funded more than 200 projects since 2012. And about that's about 1.3 million euros from the IAU. So I think globally, I don't know if any other science invest so much resources as astronomy does, as the IU does, in funding development activities. I know that science for development now sort of is more popular. There are other fields of science, other fields of technologies, which are embarking down the same path that the IU did more than a decade ago. But I think that there's so much activity going on. So in fact, today, some of the presentations that will be presented later on are not even funded by the OED. These are other astronomy for development projects. So glad to report that astronomy for development has really taken off, and there's a wide variety of organizations and people involved beyond the IAU and the OED. So at the office, we fund projects through an annual call for proposals. So these are the 200 plus projects that I mentioned. But there's also flagships or big focus areas. Each of those will be presented individually by my colleagues next. So I won't talk about the flagships, but about the other projects, the 200 projects, like Debra mentioned some of them. There's a lot of human capacity development projects, I think for obvious reasons, but it's also very interesting and innovative kind of projects. Astrotourism, I think, has really taken off in the last maybe 4 or 5 years, despite the pandemic, or maybe because of the pandemic. And when the first astrotourism project was supported by the OED back in 2018, we thought, okay, this thing has existed for so long. So how are we going to really, are we really doing anything new, or is this going to change anything? Because astronomy observatories all around the world have their own public stargazing programs. Anybody can sign up. You can go visit an observatory. You can travel all the way to Chile if you want, if you have the resources, and do your own stargazing. But how much of that is actually benefiting communities? That was the main question that's being addressed by some of the astrotourism projects that we fund. So rather than observatories running the projects, these astrotourism initiatives are run in partnerships with the communities that live nearby the observatories. And there's all sorts of other interesting projects. There's a project that worked with prisoners in Nigeria that will be presented today. And there was a project in Mongolia that actually worked on something that has no connection with astronomy. So there's a group that's trying to tackle the issue of desertification in the Gobi Desert. And they thought, okay, why don't we bring together the people in the mining industry, the politicians, the policymakers, bring them together, for a stargazing and astronomy sort of outreach session, and use this as a platform to talk about the issue of desertification. So that I think that was a really cool project. And then there's projects where astronomers and educators and psychologists have gone to refugee camps to work with kids there. And I think maybe my takeaway from all these 200 projects is that the biggest impact that we have managed to create over the last 10 years are these few hundred people in our OAD project community and the volunteers. These people are willing to literally volunteer their time. We don't pay them salaries. We don't give them any money for their own time, who put in sometimes their own investment in addition to the money from the IAU. So there are these hundreds of people, not just astronomers, but science communicators, astronomy outreach people, and people just passionate about astronomy and passionate about changing the world. So there's this huge network of people all around the world now that I think we've managed to sort of coalesce into a community. And I think this is the biggest achievement of the OAD office so far. I think, I don't know how many minutes do I have left, Joy? Any minutes? Okay. I'm done. Okay. So my very last point is that looking at the people here in person and online, what we need from you is, of course, ideas. So if you have ideas for a proposal, please talk to us. If you have ideas for a project, please come and chat with us or email us. That's one. I think that's sort of the easy one. But also, you can contribute in other ways. We have a rolling call for fellows, so please look up the information on the website or again talk to us. So we try not to restrict what you can work on. So as long as it's within the broad remit of using astronomy to achieve sustainable development, then all ideas are welcome. So that's number two. And maybe the last point is, as everybody does, we need funding. So the IAU currently invests about 100,000 euros a year for our call for proposals. But I know that one of the co-founders of the OAD, Professor George Miley, always likes to say that research institutions should invest about, I think he says, 3% of their funding on astronomy for development. Like all the astronomy research institutions should commit to funding for development projects as well. So I would like to see us, be in a better position 3 years from now, or maybe 6 years from now, where more and more institutional partnerships and institutional projects are also committed to using astronomy for development. So let me stop there. And are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the amazing work of the OAD. I just wanted to offer the Space Renaissance International has proposed an 18th Sustainable Development Goal, which is sustainability of space development in space exploration and technologies, because we know the condition of our low Earth orbit and all of these things. So they're proposing that there be another SDG, and it would be wonderful if the IAU got behind that and connected with Space Renaissance International, Adriano we could talk about that, but they've put it out several places, and so it would be really appropriate, I think.
Thank you. We will take a round of questions from the overview of the OAD activities as well as the flagship programs at the same time. So up next, we have Samyukta Manikuma, who will tell us about the flagship one activities and what they're working on.
Hi, everyone. Oh, these aren't my slides. Maybe while they're pulling them up. I'm Samyukta, and I'm working on the first flagship, which is Astronomy for Socioeconomic Development. And obviously, one really powerful way you can use astronomy for development economically is through astrotourism. And when we're looking at developing areas socioeconomically, we mostly look at areas that are rural and remote. And one asset that these places have is that they have really dark skies, which are great for astrotourism. And through the years, the OAD has funded a lot of projects that have used astrotourism to try and improve the conditions in rural areas. So we took a look at these projects and tried to understand, what they did right and some of their shortcomings to try and figure out how we can really reshape the idea of astrotourism to really fit rural contexts. Oh, I went back. Oh, sorry, I'm pressing the wrong thing. Could you go to the next? Oh, yeah. So, typically the way astrotourism is practiced is as a very niche form of scientific tourism. And it tends to address, the lack of astronomy and science skills in rural areas or the lack of technical skills to use equipment as a weakness. But what we wanted to do was to really target the strengths that people living in these areas have. So one of those that I mentioned was dark skies, but they also have other strengths like rich cultural heritage and a lot of untouched natural heritage, just based on the fact that they're very remote and away from infrastructure. And so instead of focusing on this lack of science as a weakness, we wanted to try and leverage some of these strengths and also align them with current trends of ecotourism and cultural tourism. So we came up with the definition of night sky tourism, which really broadens the scope of the activities that you can do at night. So while astrotourism looks at the night sky and is very focused on the night sky, we also wanted to create the opportunity to use the night sky as a backdrop for other activities. So just to give you an example, think of like a telescope tour versus maybe having a dinner under the stars. And to try and find ways to celebrate the nature and culture that already exist in rural areas using this kind of tourism. So a way you can think about this is like, how do we step from having tourism activities during the day to practicing astrotourism at night, which is very niche and very scientific. And one stepping stone is to try to get people used to the idea of doing any kind of tourism at night and thinking of the night, dark skies as a resource that can be used economically. Sorry, I don't know which button to press. Oh, the green button, the biggest one. We have come up with some resources at the OAD to try and move this idea forward. These resources are targeted at 3 groups, and one of them is individual rural inhabitants. And their strengths, like I mentioned, are dark skies and natural and cultural heritage. So we have a quick start guide that walks people through creating an activity that involves the nighttime. So it goes through choosing an activity, finding ways to make it culturally immersive through different cultural touch points, including cultural astronomy, if there is some, because a lot of places still have and practice their own versions of astronomy. And of course, tips for sustainability to try to build this into the experiences from the start, which includes just general environmental respect, but also preserving dark skies. And our second target group was existing tourism businesses, which can be in rural areas, but probably any tourism business could use these. And their strengths are that they already have, the skills, the infrastructure, the audience of people coming to them for tourism. And we wanted to help them bridge this gap from doing tourism activities during the day to being able to do them at night. And so this is kind of a little more in-depth, gets them to come up with a nighttime activity that's consistent in theme with what they already do during the day, and an activity that's very relevant to their local context. So the local environment, the local conditions, levels of light pollution, things like that. And it also has a section that goes deeper into the astronomy stuff, if they want to include that. And our third target group was communities that live around observatories. So the strength that observatories have is that they're obviously located in very remote regions, and they also attract a lot of scientific tourists. And when you think about observatories, they usually have very fixed activities that happen in specific times, and people have to travel a long way to get to an observatory. So there are sort of downtimes in these areas, and there's a need for facilities like accommodation, meals, maybe shopping or other kinds of activities to fill in these gaps of time. And we tried to focus on helping observatories create an itinerary so that people could arrange maybe a 2-day or a 3-day visit, and to help the communities around them come up with activities that could fill this itinerary. Like they'll come up with a business canvas, which is like a simplified business model for accommodation, like homestays or food vendors or shops that sell cultural crafts, or hiking, other kinds of activities that also celebrate, the local rural culture. And yeah, we'll bring some of the money that's coming to the observatory and help redistribute it through the community. Thank you. So the resources are free and they're accessible at this QR code. And if you want to learn more about the flagship, you can go to astrofordev.org/astrotourism. And also the resources are a work in progress. So if you decide to use them, please give us feedback, let us know. We want to keep improving them. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sam. So up next we have, there's a question. I think this is an urgent question.
Thanks so much. I just think this is a wonderful program. I couldn't read the fine print. I've always thought that a very natural partner for touring is geological tours, particularly in Africa. I would see a really nice connection between geological and astronomical. Do you work with geological tour companies, or is that one of the options? Yeah. So it includes it.
There's a lot of ecotourism in general in Africa. So that's one of the things we want to try and leverage, to partner with existing nature-based tourism and try to include night sky tourism as a form of nature-based tourism versus very niche scientific tourism.
Yeah. Do we need to submit a proposal to be engaged to the flagship, or we can just send you an email that we would like to join? Because in Egypt we have several amateur astronomers, and for myself I go volunteering with them, with different people who are not astronomers, and we go to the desert where we have around 300 nights of clear sky, and we usually do geology with science, because we have this Valley of Wales, which is one of the UNESCO how to say it, yes, one of the UNESCO sites, and it's really wonderful if you go there. So I would be so happy if we can just join such activities with the OED to strengthen our bond together in Africa. Thank you.
One of the things we're looking at is also to try and build a community of astrotourism practitioners, because it's such a new field and there's so much to learn from each other. So you don't have to be involved in the flagship to access the resources, and you can just email us and just feel free to use them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So up next we have Dominic, who will tell us a bit more about the flagship 2, which is Astronomy for Mental Health.
Yeah, I've been reminded repeatedly by Joy every day that I only have a few minutes. So if you know mental health, you know it involves a lot of talking, pausing, and reflecting. So I'll just avoid eye contact with her as much as possible. So when we're talking about mental health, we like to use the broad definition where it looks at the state of well-being in which you can realize your abilities, cope with stress, and live a productive and fruitful life. Now, if you think about mental health, the large part that comes in is whenever you're facing stress or challenges, you draw inwards and that just takes over all of your focus. And what better way to get a large overview than engaging with astronomy? So we felt that it's a natural fit to really explore how can we use astronomy better. We've had lots of reports, some studies are coming out, where we can see that the night sky, especially astronomy and the beauty of the stars, allow people to get this bigger overview of their connectedness, their place in the universe, and just the sense of the scale helps them to see that maybe there's a different way to look at my problems. And so that's a natural occurrence. And then we want to see how can we amplify that. So we've been working together with psychologists and mental health care professionals and astronomers to try and see how can we create a credible resource base and literature base that we're hoping to still work on developing further. And in order to do that, it's really about the multidisciplinary involvement of the professionals to make sure that we steer clear of astrology and esoteric, and we really focus on science-based activities. So we've developed a variety of resources and we've tested them out, and hopefully moving forward, we're now going to start seeing how can we build the literature base. Because we already know that it's effective, but we at least want to be able to say clearly, is it more effective than just doing activities in nature itself? So those are things that hopefully we'll be able to report on soon. Now, why would we care about mental health? Now, if I can think of an analogy that will suit most of the people here, is just like a gravitational wave going through space, your emotions spill over. If you have a really bad day, everyone knows because it is clear, and you will make sure that everyone knows, and it will frustrate them as well and will carry over and over. So it doesn't just affect you, it affects the relationships around you, and it carries over to the entire community. Now, what astronomy can give, especially working with children, working with professionals, the entire range, it can give people just a different way to view their problems. It can give you a different perception of what is happening. And if we can get people to focus in on that, we can really achieve a lot. So a lot of the studies that we've looked at are based on environmental psychology. So we know that awe plays a big role, seeing something beautiful. And what we were able to add to that is, if you're involving nighttime activities, in order for the eyes to adjust, people already have to put their phones away. So you have less distraction, you're more present in the moment, and you can really engage with what is happening. Now, other studies looked at how the light pollution plays a role. So we've been working together with various people, and there is research that says that virtual environments are also just as effective. So we still have to do a study to confirm that. But working with the children at schools, we've been able to see, just with the educational programs, showing them images that are from space, there's already a little bit of that same benefit. So even in sites where there's a lot of light pollution, it doesn't mean that people need to be excluded. So the way that we approach it is we say that when you're engaging with astronomy, you're looking out into the stars, but it also creates a space where you can look inwards and reflect. You can go through self-reflection, and we want to see how can we give you the tools to answer the questions you have and build your tolerance, build your coping mechanisms so that you're better able to handle all of the challenges that are facing you. Okay, I actually made it in time. Are there any questions?
It's more of a, I think, thank you for your presentation. It's more of a comment. Some work we did before, I think it must have been published in the CAP journal sometime in 2011. And our observation was that mentally, mad people generally would have enhanced anomalous behavior at certain times of the month when the moon is in a certain position, either gibbous or something. And that would be the time that traditional medicine practitioners would administer herbal medicine, usually through the nose and so on. And this is something we have observed over the years. And it so happens that also at certain times of the year when certain constellations are up here in the sky, then you would also see different, behavioral patterns at those times of the year. Is this something you have explored?
So during looking through various literature to see what we want to draw on initially, the studies on hysteria and moon cycles, and unfortunately a lot of them have also focused on hysteria in women during full moon cycles and eclipses. There is some evidence that say definitely moon cycles and things do have an effect on the raw population's mental health, but there's not a strong enough linkage for us to use it. So we go more to the fundamental side. So the approaches that we looked at is acceptance and commitment therapies, approach from behavioral psychology. So what that looks at is anything you do, positive or negative in your behaviors, is for a reason. So maybe you're trying to procrastinate or escape work or stress, so you drink, but that just means that you're trying to avoid. And it's not getting you closer to what you actually want to do, because actually you want to maybe have a good time at work with your colleagues, and now the work is getting in the way of that and it's stressful. So our approach is more looking at that, at how can you identify what are the things that you value, and then there's core values like your family, self, things like that. And then you can start giving people the tools to see how do their behaviors help them to either get to that, or how is it something that helps them right now, but it's not actually helping them get to what they value. And we build our activities around that. So that is a more fundamental approach. And then some of the other resources that we were looking at more broadly used the more psychotherapeutic approach. So that just looked at how people process emotions. So a lot of the work there would be taking time. So you need to give your body time to actually process what is happening. When you're constantly pushing and rushing to do something, your brain is almost, you can think of it like a dam. Throughout the day, it's filling up with all the stress and things that are happening. And if you don't give it a time to let some of the issues flow out, then that's when you can get easily burnout and more severe conditions.
Dominic, your topic is very stressful. There are too many people with questions. I feel like we should just go to flagship 3 and we'll have this mental health discussion a bit later because we're already running late.
I will be here.
So up next, we have Islam, who will be telling us about the 3rd flagship of the OAD.
Okay, thanks. So my name is Islam, and I'm working as a data scientist at IDEA. And the project lead also of Hack for Dev. And today I'm going to speak about how we can use hackathons to empower global communities through skills development. And this is also part of the OAD 3rd flagship. Okay, so usually when I do mention the word hackathons, 2 things come to mind. Usually first is the illegal access of data, which we don't do at all. And the other is the very competitive kind of hackathons that software companies do. But usually when we do speak about hackathons, we usually mean the good kind of hacking where we use hackathons for development, as Prof. Carolina would usually mention, as she is the founder also of Hack for Dev. But then we need to ask why there's usually a very strong linkage with corporate software competitions or the hackathons where corporates do, and also why if also the hackathons that we do for development can kind of complement or even contradict the competition, the hackathons that is done by the corporates. Because there has been some participants every now and then, and they come and tell me whether the hackathons that we actually do are can consider it as hackathons. Sometimes even my colleagues that I'm working with. Okay, so this is, and I think I can answer all of that from this slide. This is the origins of hackathons. It was first used in Canada in 1999, when just a group of developers came together over a weekend so they can fix a bug in some operating system. And then IAU came and they organized and they started this kind of very competitive, large competitive hackathons where developers come to find solutions in a very short amount of time. And this explains like the strong linkage between hackathons, coding, and the competitive environment. But then the reason also I'm mentioning all of that because we can extract the elements what makes a hackathon and how we can use it for development. Usually there are three things that you can take from the first example that by those guys in Canada. And those three elements is that there is a problem or a societal needs that needs to be addressed or solved. The second is that people would come together so they can fix this problem. And the third is that they need to address it in a very short amount of time. And those are the three things. If you have those three elements, where it's a societal need, people come together and address that problem in a very short amount of time, then whatever you're doing can be considered as a hackathon. Now, usually when people try to speak of development, they will try to reform the formal education. However, that will take forever because education is the formal education is very rigid. Like it follows like a very rigid curriculum, and it's also known to be very slow to adapt to any intervention. And ChatGPT is actually like, you can see how ChatGPT just came and people didn't know how to deal even up till now. However, informal educations like hackathons are very flexible, and you can always you can always adapt certain intervention, like the current intervention in your current hackathon programs. So yeah, we can view hackathon as a way to adapt to formal education. Okay. So, and this is really the hackathon vision. The Hack for Dev vision is that we use informal methods like hackathons to accelerate both skills development and data insights on a global scale. Now, with hackathons has not been only the first thing that software developers invented so they can adapt to the very fast development, so they can adapt or get used to the very fast development mode. But there's also been the agile process, I think. But and then the agile process also has been done by software developers in 2000. But the difference is hackathon has not been as widely adaptable. But then just coming back, how do we implement this vision? And this vision, we are doing it right now. First is that you need to have a clear societal needs, like for instance, solving a technical problem or addressing a gap in a specific skills, the data science hackathons that we're actually running now. And then you can do resource creation, which includes hackathon programs or Jupyter notebooks when it comes to data science. There's also, and then you can do something called trainers hackathon, where you actually can bring people and you can train them how they can do a hackathon, and then they can go back and then they can do a hackathon at their own institution. And then you can do data collection, which can help explain the data insights in the Hack for Dev vision. So this is something that, like I said, we are doing currently. We are doing the Hack for Dev data science hackathons, and the objective is that we provide participants with hands-on experience in machine learning grounded in real research projects. We have the resources for that. It's usually me who creates the Jupyter notebooks on real research problems. We released the call for trainers this year, in 18th of June, 2024, and we had 64 applications. The applications were excellent. Like they were issued these and they applied to the call, and we only had like 15 or 16 spots available. The trainer hackathon is happening this year at WITS by the 22nd of October. And the regional hackathons will happen next year from Feb to April, where we provide to them some funding and the resources that we have available. The 15 hackathons will be across 12 different countries, South Africa, India, and Brazil, among those countries. Those are the organizations behind Hack for Dev, and I think I'm done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Islam. We can take one question for him. No? Okay.
Just to make it specific, is there one example of a problem that someone hacked and created code for? I'm trying to connect this to the astronomy world.
Well, astronomy is obviously related through the big data, for instance, aspect of things. So astronomy has, like, I think the SK says petabytes per day. So training people through this data science skills development can help them handle the SK data. This is just one small aspect. Also, I work at IDEA where we have ELIFO. ELIFO is just a cloud computing system, and the data science hackathons requires ELIFO. So we actually do use ELIFO so we can train people and also process data and things. Yes.
What kind of background do the participants need? Is it sort of Python and Jupyter notebooks? What's the level of skill that the participants?
Well, if they know how to code in Python very well, using ChatGPT sometimes, that would be enough. Thank you.
Okay, so because we also have participants online, there was actually a question for you, Sam, and it was asking, astrotourism sounds like a great way to reach many development goals, but I am a bit concerned about the environmental sustainability of it, in particular when it comes to travel to very remote areas. How can you make sure the remote areas profit from tourists and tourists learn from learn about astronomy without generating even more long distance flights?
I got it really tough. Is it on? Oh, wow, that was a really tough question. I don't know about the flights part, but really the idea is to kind of mirror what's going on with ecotourism in general, because places that have, or they consider something as a resource tend to protect it. For example, I come from Kenya, which has a huge wildlife tourism sector. And in this sense, tourism and conservation go hand in hand. And once you get people to recognize, their cultural heritage or natural heritage or environment as an asset, hopefully they'll realize that over-tourism is destroying that asset and less people want to come. So I like to think of it as a system that could correct itself if it gets unsustainable. Maybe that's very idealistic. I don't know, but I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Sam. If you want to continue the conversation, you can find the questions on the Slack OED channel. So we're already running late, so I apologize in advance, but we are now moving on to the flash talks. So I hope they will be very flash so we can finish quickly. So our first speaker for the flash talks is Rina Lee, who will be giving a presentation on the impact report of the IAU Office of Astronomy for Development funded projects in 2022 to 2023. Rina.
I'll try to make it really quick so we can get back on track. Yeah, I'm Rina. I was fortunate to be a remote fellow for the, I'll take my mask off actually, hear me better. I was fortunate to be a remote fellow for the OAD last summer, and I'm a graduate research fellow at the Institute for Astronomy in Hawaii, so it came a long way to be here. I'm really glad to be here. All right, so I helped create an impact report for the funded projects from 2022-2033 cycle. Ram went over an overview of what those projects were, and Debbie, Professor Ellen Green, I was one of her students at PASA actually a couple of years ago, went over some of the refinements to the project system since we've been working on evaluating these projects over the years. So I'll get into it. Is it the big green one? Okay, yeah. So the evaluation framework at a glance that we kind of developed together. So the projects were kind of evaluate on these main facets, the project activities and the outcomes of those activities, the societal reach that these projects were able to achieve, the sustainability of these projects, both in the environmental and the kind of like the ongoing sustainability, like if these projects can continue to be, I guess, performed like after the awards have been completed and the budgetary scores of these projects as well. And then these all go into an individual project evaluation with some additional context to each of the projects, go into a general impact report of all of the overview of all the project evaluations, and this will shape future project cycles. So for each of the categories, I'll go over a little bit of the criteria that goes into scoring. So for the project and outcomes, project activities and outcomes, these were kind of scored based on how well the project activities were implemented. These are based on how the projects proposed what the projects proposed to do, basically. So how true did these projects, how true were these projects to the activities that they proposed to do? How were they able to adapt to unforeseen obstacles? So obviously the projects in 2022 had to adapt to a lot of unforeseen obstacles due to the pandemic. So if they had to, amend a lot of their project activities, how were they able to do that? And how did their project outcomes align with the proposed goals? And this is the distribution of those scores for each of the projects that we were funding. They're all scores from 1 to 5. The societal reach scores were based on how many people they were able to reach in their communities in comparison to their proposal projections. Also based on what gender and age distributions they were able to reach based on their audiences. Their sustainability scores, so what works or how the works contributing to self-selected UN sustainability development goals, the SDGs that Rama and Debbie were explaining, as well as how did they create lasting partnerships or educational materials, technologies, deliverables, and or community synergies within the communities that they were working with. And lastly, the budget score, how much of the awarded OAD budget was appropriately used on their target audiences directly, and how much of the budget was used for reasonable, sustainable capital purchases, just generally how much of the budget was used in like an appropriate way. So overall, the scores on average from all these categories scored for each of the individual projects were very high. Each of these are just like averages from each of the categories for each project, and as well as the standard deviations from each of the scores. You'll notice that some of the standard deviations are much larger than others. So a few of these projects had some large standard deviations. There were some categorical shortcomings, largely due to self-reporting issues. Some of them, the project implementations were a little bit difficult, or the budget reporting was a little bit difficult due to currency conversion issues, or other difficulties in communication. So overall, a very well-performing group. But from this evaluation, we're finding that there are some holes that we can fix, some feedback on the proposal stage. This is already being very well implemented. The team is helping to create more clearly defined project goals, external feedback on the proposal writing, and then we're recommending to streamline some final project reporting, creating an easier way to report on their final outcomes, the goals, outcomes, and activities checklist, so that we can better see what aligns with what they're proposing for, to better like standardize the reporting and budgeting, as well as assigning spending categories to see like where money's being spent, and addressing other difficulties in seeing where money's being allocated. Because I know that funders and scientists and astronomers like data, so we want the data to be easier to access so that we get more money. I hope that was pretty quick. But yeah, if anyone has more recommendations for how to standardize evaluating these very non-standard, very diverse projects, please reach out to me. Would love any advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Rina? Ah, there's one question over there.
Hi, so I want to comment on the standardization of the goals, and while it is lovely to afterwards be able to evaluate how it went. I find, so I've been reading proposals, I've been reviewing proposals, and it's true, sometimes that it's not really, you wonder this could have been done better. But on the other hand, it gives space for such a diverse group of proposals, and people, there's always so many innovative, creative ways of using astronomy that I wonder if you try to put it too nicely in boxes so that you can evaluate it, you lose that part.
Yeah, it's not so much putting people in boxes. It's rather organizing people's thoughts so that we can kind of keep track of like maybe make a list of what you want to do so that we can find the list later.
We think in a certain way, and a lot of people don't think in that way. And
sure.
I find that it's nice. Pardon? The mic. Oh, the mic. I'm so sorry. Oh, closer. Okay, so I find that the diversity of the whole thing is very nice. I find that, so I don't know. I just wonder if we try to fix it too much in our way of thinking, we actually lose the fact that we get such a diverse group of proposals. Just a thought.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Rina. So up next, we'll hear from one of our OAD funded projects, Barco, and Sophia will tell us more about it.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity of giving me this talk and for giving us the money to make this happen, actually. It's been a very nice project. So I'm Sofia Rojas. I work at the University of California, Los Angeles. And I'm going to tell you about this project to bring astronomy to rural schools of Colombia. And I don't know why I cannot take the next slide. Does anyone know why I cannot? I am trying to, this one, right? And the next one, thank you. Okay, so this is the working group for Barco. We are all Colombians that are at different career stages. We have undergraduate students, bachelor's, PhDs, postdocs, and tenure track. And we have 4 people locally in Colombia who are helping this project happen. And the motivation for this project was that since 2021, we had been bringing astronomy virtually to schools by giving public talks. And we will do this by giving an announcement in our social media and inviting teachers to join our talks. And we realized that a lot of the schools were coming from rural areas. We were quite surprised by this. And these rural areas are also financed publicly by the government. And we started to realize that we could do better for these communities because sometimes the connection through Wi-Fi was difficult to make these virtual talks with them. And this goes back to putting Colombia into context. So my country is in the north of South America. We have a couple of islands that are highlighted here. And we have a lot of mountain regions because the Andes divides in 3. So communicating the country north, south, east, and west is super difficult. And that's just how the country is. So we have to deal with this in other things that is not just astronomy or education. But it's a very diverse country geologically, and that makes it culturally very diverse as well. And as I was mentioning, we have difficulty crossing the country, and this has made certain regions more prone to having poor infrastructure. And these rural regions are also far away from the city centers, and they had problems in the past with armed conflict. We have had a war that has lasted like 50 to 60 years, and it only got better in the past 10 years that we signed one peace agreement. So it's really in the last 10 years that education in these rural areas in Colombia are starting to kick. And so we want to now bring science to them in a more contextual way. And some of these regions don't have perfect internet, but we're dealing with this problem. So what are we doing? We're shipping physical boxes to these rural areas. And we have gathered 100 schools from all the parts of the country. So we really are reaching right now every single corner of Colombia, which is quite amazing. And all these boxes are coming with a lot of activities physically, and also with videos that we bring in a USB. And whenever there is internet available, we also talk to the teachers. And the idea is to increase the motivation of doing STEAM career sciences in the students. We are focusing also specifically in girls. And we have a project specifically for this part. And the idea is also to connect all the different cultural diversity of the country. So we have these teachers divided into subgroups, and all of these subgroups are teachers from different areas of the country, so they can interact with each other. All of this is doing through WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is the biggest thing in Colombia, and how we can keep the teachers connected. And that way we can also make the teachers feel like empowered to be agents of change and translate that to the students as well. So we have developed 2 booklets, one that is a glossary with words like a parsec and an astronomical unit that we need to explain to the teachers, of course, because they're not normal things to know. And we have a booklet that ended up being over 90 pages, where we have activities that go all the way from the solar system, stars, galaxies, and we also have one little activity to make a Voyager golden record. So the teacher and the students are going to work on showing what they have learned about astronomy and their culture through videos or music or anything that they are creative with. So here are snapshots of our booklets that we have developed, and they're all printed for the schools. We have an activity specifically showing the women in astronomy. So we have 34 cards of women doing science from Colombia, and they come with different descriptions. And the idea is that the students will allocate these into different constellations. It can be done based on the superpower of the researcher, or a hobby, or a location in the world, etc. And once you have these constellations put together, the students have to solve a problem. For instance, can we build a radio antenna in Colombia? And which of these teams will be better to do it? And you have to make the group of students explain why. So one person might be in charge of building the telescope, another one of talking with the government, etc. So it's it's a game, but they're learning and being creative. And we also have a bingo card, because we want to show the students how Colombia has done some astronomy. It's not very obvious, but for instance, right now, the head of the NASA mission control is Colombian. And I don't think many people know that, definitely not in Colombia. So we have this bingo card. And as you're playing, once you flip the card, there's gonna be a short description of this person or character. So this is our timeline. We have recruited all the schools. We actually have schools in the wait list. We have done really good at looking for these schools. We have everything printed out together. So in the next few days, they are organizing everything for shipping, and we are already having conversations with the school teachers in sort of an orientation to explain to them the activities and how everything will be going, and is doing very great. The teachers are super motivated. And yeah, in the next few weeks, we're going to start shipping them so that in September they can start the activity, and we will continue talking with the teachers to see how they're doing until the end of the year. So I'll leave you with this summary slide and take questions. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Sophia? If not, then thank you once again. And we will move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Jerry, who will be telling us about the projects that they're doing in Nigeria. No? Mm-hmm. Kenya, is it Kenya? Oh, my bad, my mistake.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Manjeri. I'm a postdoc at Newcastle University, but besides research work, I do lots of outreach and mentorship. And first and foremost, many thanks to the OED for this opportunity to present my work. So I've been working on this project since my first year of my PhD, just been running it as a side project for the last about 5 years. So elimisha msichana, elimisha jamii na astronomia is Swahili for educate a girl, educate the entire community with astronomy. And we are trying to address the issue of gender disparity in education in rural Kenya and Uganda, using astronomy as a tool for social change and development. Okay. How do I use this thing? Okay, yeah, very important. Ooh. green button. I'm pressing. Okay, the big one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll quickly give you some statistical information just to show you what we're trying to address here. So although 70% of girls aged between 15 to 19 years of age achieve some sort of primary education in Kenya, only 4.5% complete secondary education. This is according to the World Bank. Okay, I hope you're not eating into my minutes because...
No. They just need to share it for the Zoom people.
No problem,
Yeah.
it's fine. Can I go? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so according to the World Bank, 70% of Kenyan girls aged between 15 to 19 years achieve some sort of primary education. However, only 4.5% complete secondary education. Again, we have a large fraction of these girls, about 90%, aged between 9 to 13 years, living in rural Kenya, with 80% of them attending primary school. However, only 14.3% enroll for secondary education, and this is enrolling, not completing. And then only 3.5% of Kenyan women aged 15 years and above, 15 years old and above had completed tertiary education, again, according to the World Bank. So this law, and just to highlight that these statistics are not just reflect the situation in Kenya, but for the most of sub-Saharan Africa and Uganda, if not worse. So this low education attainment amongst girls can be attributed to a number of socioeconomic issues, such as poverty, whereby more than a third of Kenyans still live below the international poverty line. We also have the issue of period poverty, where a majority of girls miss out on school monthly due to lack of sanitary pads. We also have the issue of teenage pregnancies, whereby a quarter of Kenyan women give birth by the age of 18. And the government estimates that about 13,000 teenage girls drop out of school annually due to early pregnancies. We also have the issue of early marriages, whereby a third of girls in developing countries are married before the age of 18, with Kenya having over 500,000 child brides in the world, according to the UNICEF back in 2014. We also have other issues such as female genital mutilation, lack of role models, mentorship, and leadership programs for young schoolgirls in these rural areas. So this is just a coverage by international media of this teenage pregnancy crisis in the country at the peak of pandemic. By, for example, we have The Guardian here, and the Reuters as well. So the overarching objective for this program is to ensure 100% transition between primary education and secondary education for schoolgirls in rural areas of Kenya and now Uganda, whereby using astronomy-themed events, activities, we engage the local communities, whereby we discuss some of these socioeconomic issues and also just try to come up with positive ways that the community can implement to ensure that their girls stay in school and complete secondary education. And therefore, we want to increase the number of girls completing secondary education, also want to increase the number of girls selecting physics and STEM subjects in high school. And most importantly, as well, we want to create resources for often underfunded and underdeveloped schools in rural areas. And lastly, we hope to create computer literacy amongst this population. So I have a number of programs within the project, and I'll just quickly go through them. So the first program is the Outreach and Mentorship Program. So this is a program aimed for girls in the final year of primary education. So we visit these schools just about as they're just about to sit for their final examinations for primary education, where we engage the girls themselves, their parents, the teachers, the local community, the leaders, education officers. Again, we highlight these socioeconomic issues and just create a platform where the communities can discuss these issues and also give them a chance to collectively try to come up with solutions to keep these girls in schools. So again, yeah, we split these girls into small groups, ask them to discuss these issues and also give them an opportunity to come up with solutions. And I find this very empowering because for the first time, you can see that these girls have been given an opportunity to reflect and think and come up with solutions on matters affecting them. Of course, we engage with the parents. And of course, we don't visit them empty-handed. We provide them with sanitary pads just to ease their worries in the last month of primary education. And we have also started the same program in Uganda, being coordinated by Priscilla here. And then we have the second program is the long-term student tracking and monitoring. So during the outreach and mentorship program, we pair these mentors, these young girls with mentors, and this is followed by lifelong mentorship and tracking through high school for the 4 years. So we track them, we usually track them through phone calls. Once or twice a year, we speak to the girl and speak to the parents, and the key objective is just to keep track of the progress of the girls. We want to know whether they enrolled for secondary education or whether they're still in school or not. The other program is the tuition fee scholarship program, whereby if we encounter some of these girls who have been unable to either enroll for secondary education or have dropped out of school due to lack of tuition fees, we've sponsored a number of students. So far, we've sponsored about 10 students. And maybe just to highlight so that you just have a sense of the situations we're dealing with. Yeah, I cannot. Yeah. So for example, we have this young girl here. This is Sharon. We met Sharon back in 2019 during the first outreach and mentorship. And then 2020, we did a bit of tracking early in the year. But then we started now proper tracking in 2021. So we met Sharon again in 2021. We learned that she never joined secondary school at the beginning of 2020, just before the pandemic. And then when we met her in 2021, she was already a young mother. She had like a 2-month-old baby, but she did very well in her primary school examinations, and she wanted to go back to school. And the mother was very happy to just take care of the little baby and allow Sharon to go back to school. So we coordinated with the local teachers, and this is Sharon back at school in a new school uniform. So that's the first part of the project. The second part, and very important, we have these other programs. So we call it the AstroSTEM Workshop and Mentorship. And this is aimed for girls in year 1 and 2 of secondary education. And the key objective here is we want to encourage early participation of girls in sciences, in STEM, and also increase the number of girls selecting physics towards the end of secondary education. And so we do this through hands-on practicals, covering subjects in physics, astronomy, geography, and computers. And yeah, just direct engagement with the students through hands-on practicals. And we also offer STEM and STEM mentorship and career guidance during this session. So if interested, just talk to me later. And the second objective for this AstroSTEM workshop and mentorship is we want to create resources for these often underfunded and underdeveloped schools. So for example, some of these schools do not even have a physics laboratory. So during this workshop, we coordinate with the teachers. We design practicals that are based on the Kenya curriculum for secondary education, and also ask them to give us a list of the necessary equipment that they're lacking in their laboratory. So we purchase this equipment, and afterward we donate these materials to these schools in a bid to create their labs. And we've been doing this for the last 4 years, so we've had a bit of impact. Again, lastly, we have this computer literacy program. Computer literacy is almost non-existent in these regions. And so during AstroSTEM, again, we buy computers, we do introduction to computers one of the mornings, and then afterwards we donate these computers to these schools. And so far we've donated about 30 computers to 5 schools. And what has happened is we forced 3 schools to actually create some space for computer laboratories. They now have computer laboratories. And also like to stress that computer studies is part of the Kenya curriculum for secondary education. However, it was not being offered in these schools due to lack of resources, due to lack of computers. And I'm happy to report that all these schools are now offering computer studies as part of the curriculum for secondary education. And also like to highlight that during the AstroSTEM, we asked the students how many of them had used a computer before the AstroSTEM. You can see almost 90% of them had never used a computer before. Lastly, we have this new AstroSTEM workshop mentorship program for the teachers funded by the OAE, whereby again, we're just trying to influence the way the teachers deliver this astronomy related content in the classroom. So the impact so far, the teachers are reporting that the girls have become very proactive, especially in the sciences, and also physics is becoming one of the best performed subjects in these schools, which this has never happened before. And case in point, in one school, we had one female student in the physics class before the AstroSTEM, and then afterwards, 17 more girls. After the AstroSTEM, 17 more girls requested to join the physics class. So the kind of impact we're looking for. Also, teachers are reporting that this program appears to have capped school absenteeism amongst girls, and also the number of girls enrolling in secondary education as secondary schools has increased the last few years. So far, we reached over 7,000 schoolgirls, and we have about 1,300 girls in the tracking and monitoring program. Again, we've reached over 1,500 schoolgirls in the AstroSTEM workshop and mentorship, donated 30 computers, and also building these physics laboratories. And we have about 30 schools in the program in both Kenya and Uganda. And again, yeah, and we started in Uganda last year. So we are contributing to some of UN SDGs, such as quality education, gender equality, and reduced inequalities. And I'll leave with this quote from the World Bank, which says that secondary education completes the provision of the basic education that begins at the primary level and aims to lay the foundations for lifelong learning and human development. And lastly, I'd like to thank my very wonderful and supportive team back at home. We have volunteers, mentors, tutors who deliver the AstroSTEM workshop, where PGR students at local universities. I couldn't do this without them. And again, our main funding agency, the OED, couldn't have done this without you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Do we have a question for Anne? I'll just take one single question.
This is really, really great and interesting. But my feeling is that it's not the girls' fault, right? That they're not going to school. So I want to know how much the parents are on board. It's cool that you're talking to the parents as well, but how much are they on board with continuing this, or is it not a local like community issue? They don't mind, they don't care. You know what I mean? Where it's not normal to finish secondary school, so why try? Does that make sense? So yeah, are the families really on board? They want to make change?
Yeah, the last few years, they've been sort of a generational change whereby the local communities, the parents can see a difference between families whereby they've taken girls schools where they have educated girls. They can see that difference and they're very supportive of this program. 100%. They want to educate their girls. So it's just that we have these married social economic issues that really prevent providing. For example, we asked the students during the outreach, we asked them to tell us like if their parents are employed or not. And you can see like 50 to 70% of their parents are unemployed. So it's very difficult to create opportunities, especially take them to schools, but they're very supportive, willing to, yeah.
Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you.
So up next, we have Giovanna, who is connected online, and she will be telling us about the Nova Skies program, a training on entrepreneurial competencies for young astronomers.
Hello, hi. Good morning, everybody. I hope that you can hear me well. I am trying to share it now. Let's see. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So I am the manager of the Nova Skies program in the Netherlands, and I'm going to tell you what we are going to do and what we have been doing for the last 3 years in the Netherlands for the early career astronomer, PhD students and postdocs. So first of all, a bit of history about the program is starting in 2020. It was from the Horizon 2020 from European fundings, and it involved 5 different countries. It was through Netherlands, Germany, Portugal, Poland and South Africa. It was very successful. We just prepare trainings and mentoring programs and meetings with all the students who decided to join the program. This was the pilot program. It was very successful in all the countries, especially in South Africa. But once the European funding were finished, no country but the Netherlands was able to implement the program. I am at the moment in contact with South Africa, hoping that we can continue our successful collaboration and that they can find the funding to continue the program. So what do we do in this program, and especially why there is a need for such a program? And we are astronomers, so I'm making the data to speak for me. These are actual data, as you can see. This is just from the European science funding. You can see that there are different branches of education in academia. We are in natural science, and of course we are with other programs like chemistry and biology and physics. So we are all together. Remember that biology is very successful in keeping people into academia. So this 46%, the red column, included everybody. But even if there is also biology and chemistry, you can see that the majority of our PhD students don't stay into academia. So what's about some more recent programs? This is a program that has been carried out in different countries, among which Germany, Italy, Czech Republic, Greece, Norway, and other countries in Europe. And as you can see, the situation is confirmed. About 39% of our PhD students and early postdocs continue into academia. All the rest has to find jobs somewhere else. What's about the Netherlands and the particular situation for astronomy? These are actual data. They are divided in ranges of 4 years, because in the Netherlands, the PhD duration is 4 years. I would like you to focus more on the first 2 columns, because of course, the other columns, as you can see, the one who finished the PhD in 2019, in principle, nowadays, after about 5 years, they should still be in their early really phase. So it is very rare that they really found already a permanent job. But as you can see, anyway, the tendency is very clear. The blue column is the one who stay into astronomy, academia, permanent, and the number is decreasing. So what's about all of the PhD students who finish their PhD and for different reasons, personal choices, family reasons, or how the applications, their application to academia went, what are they going to do? Should we educate them to transfer the skills that we taught them into the private sector? This is the major point that this program wanted to address. And just to give you more a global view, this is, let me see here. Yes, sorry. This is from the American Institute of Physics 2024, that the 27% of physics and astronomy, PhD students early career stay into astronomy. All the rest, they leave the academia. And just to give you a bit more detailed situation, this is always from United States. This is, you can see the trend from 92 until 2022. So this is 30 years of trends. And this is all fields And you can see that for life science, again, we are together with chemistry, biology, physics. The trend is very clear that there are more and more PhD students who decided for different reasons to not stay into academia. And as you can see in the bottom plot, they move into industry. So how can we help them not only to find a job, but also to have a smooth transition? Because, you know, we think in the Netherlands that it is our duty to support them, not only because we educated them and we want them to be successful, whatever career they have, but also because they will be the leaders in the private sector. And as astronomers, we will be in contact with these leaders because many of them go into space industries and new innovation technologies, and we are in contact with them to build new instrumentation, to manage our data, to store our data. So all these people will find jobs that are strictly related with astronomy in the private sector. What should we do? We should teach them not only what we call the hard skills, whatever is connected with astronomy, data analysis, but we should also focus on what we call, as you know, the soft skills. Here is just to give you an idea of all the skills and competencies that they should know to be successful at this point, at this historical time, not only in the private sector, but also into academia, for the way in which we as academics are developing with open science, especially because we want to be part of the society. So all these skills help our young scientists to be not only good scientists, but also good human beings who can communicate with the public in an efficient but also empathic way. And these are all the skills that are also listed into the European Union competencies for the Horizon project. But after COVID, I added what I call the empathic skills. And I think that it is very, very important as educators and as academics that we teach these skills to our students, master students, bachelor students, PhD students. I hope that you agree with me that it is very important for promoting diversity, but also inclusion, that we make them aware of the cultural awareness. There are some jokes that cannot be done, that we have to think what other people how they could react to them because of their background. We have to think at 360 degrees that we are all different, and we have to nurture this difference, because this is what makes astronomy a very rich place, our diversities. So we have to become more empathic and also able to open our minds to different cultures, but also different attitudes and different, personal perspective, how behaviors as also to be adapted to different situations. So once we do this, we have also to understand, and this is a plot that explains it very well, how the skills that so far we have taught to our students, to our early career students, are effectively seen in the private sector. The black one is a study done at the Utrecht universities about 4 years ago. This is a published study. The black, it was done on about 1,000 volunteers, and it was asked to them, what are the acquired skills during your doctorate? And these are the black column. What are the level of the acquired skills? What are the skills that are directly related to research, and these are the yellow ones, and what are the skills that are not related to research, but that are important in your new job in the private sector. And as you can see on the extreme right, there are all the skills that I was speaking to you about, on which we must necessarily educate our students wherever they are, whatever university they are, not only in Europe, but all over the place where we educate astronomers to manage their time, to have the ability to work on teams. This is really tricky, and we need to do training about this, because to work in teams is not something very, very easy. You need a mental opening, but also the ability to listen, that sometimes our students, but I can say also as a senior, sometimes we are missing. And so we should focus on this. Okay, so what do we do in the Nova Skies program? The program that I implemented in the Netherlands evolved a bit from the pilot program. The pilot program lasted more or less 6 months. Now the program in the Netherlands is an annual program, is opened to all the Dutch, I mean the PhD students and the early career postdocs in the Netherlands. The PhD students, they have to be at the end of their career. In this way, they are already starting to think what they would like to do next. We do an annual two-day workshop in which we invited people from the private sector. We do training. It is all hands-on. We do activities. It's not a passive learning. It is a very active learning. And they also speak with the mentors, because the part of the program, there is a mentoring program in which former alumni who took the PhD in the Netherlands, mentoring, volunteering for 1-2 hours a month for 6 months, our participants. And with the surveys that we did in the 3 years that we performed this program, the students all loved the mentoring program. And through the mentoring program, they also built their networking, because of course the mentors put them in contact with other colleagues. They advised them how you can transfer their skills, how they can also enter in contact with other companies in Europe, and how they can make a presentation. But not only that, but also how they can get ready for the interviews, because CVs and interviews are different from academia and the private sector. Of course, we help them to improve their competencies, pinpointing which competencies they would like to develop according to the career that they want to perform after they finish their PhD or after they finish their postdoc.
Giovanni.
And this is, I finished. This is, okay. I'm leaving with the key points.
Okay, go ahead.
I finished. This, I'm leaving with the key points.
Do we have any questions for Giovanni? Okay. Okay, just.
Hi, Vanna. It's Veronica.
Hi, Veronica.
I did
Hi.
the program, and so I'm here this week and next week. So if you have questions that you don't want to ask Giovanna about what it's like to be taught by her in the Skies group, I'm around. I'm Veronica Allen. Yes. Thanks.
Okay, all questions will be directed to Veronica to tell you more about this. Thank you so much. We will now move on to our next speaker, Joanna, who will be telling us about, I have it somewhere here, research on access, use, and effective exploration of astronomical data. Please be 7 minutes.
I try to be quickly. Is it green? Yes. Well, I changed a little the title after I know about the PhD prize. So here I'm going to talk about the social impact of my thesis. And tomorrow I have a talk about the techniques and the other things. So I made a roadmap. I start my investigation here with the OAD fellowship back in 2018. From there, the first application of Sono 1 born and was tested on Southampton University. Then we are invited to the Rainforest project
where we developed the web version of Sono Uno. This project was centered on citizen science, and we have the opportunity to sonify real data, different from the 1D data that we are used to. Then, we document some external application, and I will finish with the current research line of our group. Well, this was the team that I met here in the OAD. I'm very grateful with them. The center image was a little piece of paper with the functionality that we think that is important for a sonification tool. And the other is a graphical user interface with all the functionality. Then we work with different panels, that is remarks in different colors, hide all the functionality, and the first graphic user interface have only the plot and the reproduction buttons, making them more accessible. So with the focus group on Southampton, one comment that touched me was, I have more confidence and freedom as well. I felt like I was a lot more able to access to Bitly data that I want to do. That was a blind astronomer. So we continue working in this tool. Then during the Rainforest project, we work with image sonification from glitches with Virgo, and bioacoustic and bioluminescence from the cubic kilometer neutrino telescope. I give you the links to all the sonification then. And we work with particle sonification. And was a thing that we have the opportunity to work with the muongraphy team to be part of the cosmic cabin at Jules Verne Museum with sonification of muongraphy. Well, this is the documented case of use, the Sensing the Dynamic Universe webpage, a workshop where in Spain, where blind students discovered the first variable star using sonification, and some other projects. Here are some pictures of workshop on Argentina. Last year, we are working with people there. And the past month, we made the first course of multimodal analysis with the blind and sight people. So we actual research lines are centered on multimodal analysis with sonification, tactile models, and visualization. We try to make at least 2 outreach activity and citizen science per year. We continue developing and updating the tools centered on the user and centered on research, and that's why we are here. And we are start working in training courses and perception studies. Here are a picture of our poster for next week. This QR, if you scan it, you access to all of the link. You could find me at Slack or other medias here in the conference to talk with me if you are interested, or I could provide you the videos. It's very long, the time, so for that, I'm not included this in the presentation. And well, this is the tomorrow talk that I will going to do. Well, thank you very much to the OAD team and for the opportunity to present my work here. I hopefully continue working on this. I love the thematic, and I think that we can build astronomy for all, with for people with diverse functional diversity. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. Do you have any questions for Joanna? No? Okay, we'll just take one question over there at the back. One question there.
Big congratulations for your prize.
Thank you.
In Sono Uno, you are turning the time series into sound, right? So you go by time and then you change the pitch, or how do you choose to do that?
Yes, that's for the software, that's the concept, that is the common sonification concept. And then we are working with particle, that the concept is really different. I think I will talk about this tomorrow, so we could continue.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, but we have one last presentation, but I understand if you have to go to lunch. It is from Sahid Jafari, and he will be talking about the Under Iran Sky program, how to share and protect indigenous astronomical knowledge and indigenous languages. And he's online.
Hello, can you see my slides?
Yes, and we can hear you.
Yes, correct. Hello, everyone. I'm Saeed Jafari. I'm a linguist and recently joined International Decade of Indigenous Language as a co-chair of the UNESCO. But I want to talk about something that's really close to my heart, the importance of astronomical knowledge and how it ties it with preserving our indigenous languages. Most Iranian languages carry a wealth of astronomical knowledge passed down through our native forms. This isn't just some random trivia. It is actually a big part of the identity and heritage of our people. It shows who we are and where we come from. Our national historical and cultural heritage acts as a bridge connecting people from the past to present, way beyond just progress and wars. This connection helps foster cross-cultural relationships and promotes the sharing of knowledge across borders. The International Decades of Indigenous Language that I'm working for, there are 7,000 of languages and dialects in the world, but sadly, a lot of them are dying out. In fact, we are looking at losing a huge chunk of these languages in just a few decades. And with them, we will also lose their rich historical cultural heritage. The International Decade of Indigenous Languages is building a global community to preserve, revitalize, and support indigenous languages worldwide. And that is something we all need to pay attention to, particularly from the astronomy community, because there's a lots of cultural astronomy identity among many languages. Bringing it back to Iran, we have a pretty interesting situation here. Iran is home to around 85 million people, and 60 living indigenous languages and dialects. Among these, Iranian Persian is the official language, but we also have 3 living non-indigenous languages. Our country is rich in poetry, storytelling, myth, folklore, rituals, songs, and visual arts, all of which are closely tied to our astronomical culture, which is very important to many of the people here in the neighboring country. But there is a catch. Our school teaching Persian, which means the indigenous knowledge system are not being passed down to students and future generation. Language influenced by power and politics are declining, which leads to education and social inequality. Unfortunately, a lot of our astronomical culture in endangered languages and dialect is getting lost because the elders who hold this knowledge are passing on without having shared it widely enough. And let's face it, if this language is disappear, so does a significant part of our cultural identity. A few examples, I want to give you a few examples of our cultural astronomy in Iran. First up, we have a Chogha Zambil, an ancient ziggurat that is part of archaeoastronomy. This structure wasn't just an architectural wonder. It acted as an astronomical tool, observing movement of the stars and planets from the top of the ziggurat. Then there is a fascinating astronomical culture of the Qashqai nomads in southern Iran. They have got this unique star-based navigation system that helps them figure out directions and the timing for their migrations, which is pretty crucial for the nomadic lifestyle. We have Yalda night as well. It is when we celebrate the longest night of the year. The tradition is actually a masterpiece of ancient Iranian calculations, showing how our ancestors mastered the art of measuring the exact length of the day and night thousands of years ago. And we have also the star series known as Sohail in Kurdish culture, that I'm studying in the Kurdistan city for my MA degree, the people believe that this star marking the end of the summer and the beginning of autumn. Oh, this is kind of the metaphorical perspective for different kind of the people living in the world, in particular in some actually cities in Iran. And let's not overlook the astrolabe, as you all know, a classic classic astronomical instrument that helped Iranian astronomers pinpoint the exact position of the stars in the sky for various calculations. And let me share a bit about what we have been up to with Under Iran Sky and what we have planned for the future. First, we've got Under Iran Sky Astronomy Teachers Network. The program provides mentorship to teachers who are teaching astronomy in indigenous regions and facing numerous social and minority challenges. Another project we rolled out is the Universe in a Box, inspired by the Universe Awareness Project. We distributed these kits in 2 underprivileged provinces in Iran, Sistan Baluchistan and Kurdistan city. The kits are especially designed for kids age 6 to 10, and we made sure they were localized to fit the cultural, artistic, and educational context for this kind of the area. And back in 2019, we launched the Heritage of the Sky project, which was selected as a special project for IAU 100 celebration. We organized an astrophotography contest encouraging photographers to capture the night sky alongside our natural, historical, and cultural heritage. The photos we received help bringing the importance of national heritage to the forefront of the media. Many of the media in Iran, both international, even International Astronomical Union, Office of the OIO and OED present our astro photos, and a particular astronomy community in Iran and also in the Middle East. And Yalda is another favorite event for many of the Iranian people. During this celebration, we invite poets to read their work, host methodological storytelling sessions with kids, and talk about the history of astronomy and the longest nights. But most importantly, it is all about spreading a sense of empathy and connection with one another. As I know, there's a lots of celebration in different nations based on the cultural astronomy, which is very important to us to take care as a festival in our country. And we have also held 3 teacher training programs so far, focusing on the challenges faced by the indigenous speakers and the role of the culture in inspiring and love for the night sky, learning astronomy. We developed for the first time innovative and practical resources throughout these courses, and we are now closely collaborating with the United Nations and the UNESCO to, organizing this kind of program in different regions and cities in Iran. And our last program in development is the IAU glossary in Persian and Iranian languages. Translating word and crafting terms is the first step in preserving local languages and dialects. Right now, we are collaborating with linguistic researchers, cultural astronomers, and literary experts to compile the first descriptive glossary of astronomy in Iranian languages and cultures. And to wrap up, how can we in astronomical community help preserve these treasures? Well, it starts with being responsible for the language we use, the one we communicate, converse, and think with. If we call ourselves astronomy communicators, educators, practitioners, we have a role to play in representing astronomical cultures because, this is kind of the heritage of the earth, the heritage of our people. Even if you are in Africa, you see many songs. This is heritage. This is something, we connected to each other among many territories around the world. Thank you so much. If you wanted to create a model based on the Under Iran Sky program for your country, for example, under India Sky and the Afghanistan Sky, please reach out to me. I created a standard and framework to develop this kind of program for different nations to how we can communicate astronomy with the different kind of people in different nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saeed. So we won't be taking questions from him, but Mike has volunteered himself to answer any questions you will have with regards to this. So it's nice that you have a representative in person, Saeed. So this brings us to the end of our first session. I'm sorry, you can have a chat with Mike about this project. It brings us to the end of our first session. I'm sorry we ran a bit late in terms of lunchtime. We will continue at 1:30. And in the next section, we'll be talking with the regional officers. So if you're interested to know about the work of our regional officers, please join us after lunch. And one last announcement, Charles would like to speak to all of the members of the regional officers who will be part of this session. So, where? Yeah, the very next session. So the regional officers representatives, please remain for 5 minutes. Charles would just like to have a chat with you.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. So we're going to start our next session now for the OED, the Office of Astronomy for Development. So in the session, what we're going to do, we're going to go through, some of the regional offices and most of the work that they've been involved in. So they're going to be giving the presentations in the session. But I think you may have heard earlier, in Deborah's talk, where she mentioned that we are also looking at various fundraising efforts as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to first have a recorded talk from Genevieve Marshall, who's the fundraiser fellow at the OED currently, and then we'll move on to some of the talks from the various regional offices. So if Genevieve's talk is ready, is the talk ready? Not yet. It's a PowerPoint. Jeez. It's still being uploaded. Okay. How long will that take? It just came in now. Okay, so it should be quick. Okay, so I think that we can just give people time to settle in. I see some of our speakers have not come in yet. And then, just as that talk gets ready, then we'll start. Okay, so we'll skip Genevieve and then we'll just move on directly to Tim. So Tim, if you're ready, we'll take your talk first. Okay. So this was a talk that was supposed to be given by Yasmin, and she's not feeling well. So we've got Tim, who's the replacement. And the title of the talk is Empowering Astronomy for Development, Challenges and Lessons Learned from our North American Journey. Tim, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, and I apologize that Yasmin is not here. You're not going to get nearly as good of a presentation since I'm pinch hitting and have only scanned the slides, but we're going to do our best here. But we have some exciting work that's happening at the North American Regional Office of Astronomy for Development, which is a collaboration between AUI and Aura and Adler Planetarium in the United States. So, of course, a lot of this is, I don't think we need to remind you of. We have the various offices. Of course, the Office of Astronomy for Development. The OAD has regional offices around the world. The one in the US is the youngest or the newest office. Of course, Astronomy for a Better World, which is how we're looking at how we can use astronomy for development, whether it's economic development, social development, but making the planet a better place for all. And the focus here, of course, is not on stars, but the focus here is on people and making them stars and helping them to actually improve their quality of life through astronomy. Okay. So the NA Road, as I've said, is a collaboration here between these three entities. And we were formed back in 2020, I believe January, just before COVID kicked off. And I know that we're still dealing with remnants of that here today. So hopefully next IAU meeting, you won't even hear about it. And I hope that doesn't mean there's something else bigger that's in its place. So one of our projects, and we're just going to go down through some of our efforts and initiatives, but our main project that we kicked off with is this Women and Girls in Astronomy program, but it's really around the theme of development. What kinds of projects can we support that encourage women to see astronomy through the eyes of development? And so we were able to get support from the Heising-Simons Foundation. So in collaboration, we had AUI, the IAU, and then of course our other partners to secure the funding to kick this program off. So it was established in 2023. The important thing is that it's inspiring young women or women to consider careers in the field of astronomy. And we had a 2023 call for projects. We had 10 initiatives that were supported, and these were supported by very small dollar amounts. So this was $1,000 to support their project. And so we got a lot of interest in this. I think we ended up having about 40 to 50 submissions. We could only fund 10 efforts and initiatives. And of course, the 2024 call was due in March, and we have made final selection of the 2024 projects now, and they are beginning their activities and work. But the WGAP project location, okay, so you can see here where the various projects that were supported, the 10 from 2023 were located. Okay, so in the Caribbean regions, in Mexico, and in mainland US. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands, the North American region, we have really defined that to include Mexico, the United States, Canada, the Caribbean island nations, and not just the US, but the US and its territories, as well as Greenland, okay? And we actually did fund a project in 2024 in Greenland here. So we're really excited about that because it is technically part of North America, regardless of what the Danes think. Okay. So this cycle, we had a total of 508 participants that were impacted by the various projects and the breakdown between women and girls and men and boys. And something that's really essential here, while it's critically important to inspire young women and to give young women opportunities, if we completely ignore the other 50% of the population and don't help young men to understand and to see women as their equals, then it's going to be a much harder battle than what it has to be. So what we really want to do is, while the focus is on women in astronomy, we want, men need to be advocates. Young boys need to be advocates for these types of efforts and initiatives. And so we don't want to be exclusive. Okay. So a 2023 project here, Astro Beats. Okay. And this was one that explores astronomy and physics through music. We are converting in this project, they converted astronomy data into music compositions. And the purpose, of course, was to begin to build their science identities. Okay. And we know that by hands-on and by engaging individuals with different ways of experiencing astronomy, and in this case through music, this is one way to help individuals build their identity. I mean, I may not be interested in astronomy, but I may love music and art and things like that. And so this is a pathway to get individuals more interested. Okay. So project details, and I'm not going to read the slides here for you, but really the effort was to get individuals engaged rather than having them listening to people. Okay, families are invited to the local observatory, so kind of building in a family component to this, because we do know that when we engage families in learning of younger individuals, that's very positive. You know, there's conversations that happen in the car, there's conversations that happen at home, and the reality of it is, regardless of how much we want to focus on improving education in schools, where do individuals spend the vast majority of their time in life? They spend it at home with family and friends. And so the more we can engage with those individuals, the better. Series B, which is virtual events for remote gathering and engagement, and just had a series of virtual events. This again focused on reaching new audiences that were not served by existing programming, in particular students in rural or remote locations, including indigenous reservations. Okay. The participants here basically engaged in a wide variety of activities. Too bad Yasmina's not here because you do not want to hear my Spanish, but it's Ellas y las Estrellas, okay? This was another project that highlighting the work of Hispanic female astronomers, and again, putting those individuals in front of others who they can identify with. I don't care how inspiring or how good of a speaker I may or may not be. I am not going to be able to inspire young Hispanic women in the same way that Barreto is here, who, by the way, is just an amazing outreach person, in addition to an amazing astronomer. So, you know, in these, you know, how does a telescope work, spectroscopy, okay, just kind of building some of the content into this, but it was really, you know, giving role models to young women. Okay. You know, binoculars, a stepping stone to eyes on the sky. This is something that we don't often think about, but most families actually own a pair of binoculars. And they use them to look at birds, they use them to look at other people, but very often they don't use them to look up. And this is where you know, I think we're making a big mistake. And I always tell people, if you're going out and you're getting into astronomy, and they're talking about buying a telescope, and they're just new into the field, I tell them the best way to get turned off to astronomy is buy a telescope, because you look at these amazing images now, of course, that Webb is taking, and they look in their little telescope and it's like, what am I looking at here? So binoculars are a great pathway. They're a great introduction. And that's always what I direct people toward. If you haven't looked at the sky through binoculars, do that first, kind of get into it, see if you want a telescope, and then move forward. So this is a great way, again, to introduce in a low-cost venue individuals to astronomy. Target audiences, this was 30 girls in children's homes to using binoculars and a presentation on the moon. So again, trying to get them actively engaged, okay? And of course, the oohs and ahs, if you've never looked at things through the binoculars, I mean, I think it's great. I take it out and I use them with our local observatory just in looking at the moon. And people are like, they've never seen 7x10 pair of binoculars. What you can see is just amazing, okay? Month of Astronomy in the Dominican Republic. Okay, so focusing on careers and 67 participants there. Okay, and then just closing remarks, since I know my time is up, which means there's no time for questions, which is excellent because, no, this is, so we really want to thank the Heising-Simons Foundation and the OAD for all of their support over the years in this project. And we really want to thank the Heising-Simons Foundation because they just gave us an additional $350,000 to hire a full-time coordinator for 3 years. And that will allow the OAD or the NA road to really get its move in a positive direction. So if you know anybody who might be looking for that sort of a job, please talk to myself. Tiffany Stone Walbrecht is there in the back, and you can talk to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I can tell with your closing remarks that you don't want a question, but I'll just let one question. Anyway, let's just let you know that you can't get away with it. So I'll just let one question, a quick one, if there's any. Beth, Mike, wait for Mike. Take it.
I'd love to send that ad for your new position to potentially interested people. Is it available?
It is not yet posted, but it will be very soon. And certainly I will get that to you. And well, it'll go out through Aura as well. So because of Sherry is on our committee. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. So let's thank our first speaker. So in the beginning of the session, I said we'd start with the fundraising talk, but we've sort of said we want to keep the flow going now that we started with the regional offices. So sorry, Genevieve, we'll just have to drop you down the order a bit. So we'll now go to the 10th anniversary of SA Road, and this is a talk that's going to be given by Jackson. Okay. We sort of always make a joke that the main office of the OED is actually within the jurisdiction of the SA Road, so they're like our bosses.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My presentation is a celebration of the time that we've had for our SA Road. Southern Africa Regional Office for Astronomy. It started off in 2014, 14th August. So it has really started well with the GA. So next week, I think we still have some more celebration to do. So our road encompasses 11 countries, including some member countries, Kenya and Ghana, because they are part of the SKA project, and so they are part of the membership for our road office. And we also want to really thank a lot of cooperating partners, from which we have gotten a lot of support for the activities that we have conducted. Amongst them is DARA, the Gareo project, OAD, OAE, AFAS, and SKA. To a great extent, in our road office, we did not really have a lot of astronomers. And so the major concentration was to develop human resource. And so we have engaged in quite a number of programs and projects that could help us develop human resource. Some of them is like the Astrolab training, in which graduate students and undergraduate students will be put in a 1-week training on optical astronomy and tools for data analysis, and also virtual telescope observation. You introduce them to how to conduct an observation. I've done this in 4 trainings. The first one was in 2014, then we had one in Zimbabwe, in Bulawayo, 2016, and also one in South Africa here. Then there was, during the COVID time, an online version of the training. The other project that we have engaged in as Sarod and we have participated in is the DARA project, the Development in Africa through Radio Astronomy, where over 300 participants and students have gotten a chance to be introduced to radio astronomy and also get an opportunity to have further studies in postgraduate and levels. The other kind of training that we have engaged in is to train teachers so that they will develop more interest in pupils and also help to have a mass of students who will then pursue science, especially astronomy, as their career path. And so the Go Lab project, which is an EU-funded project, does have a platform in which teachers can use online laboratories or tool, and so pupils will be able to at least have an idea of how to conduct an experiment or use virtual or remote laboratories and be able to conduct some science learning. The other training for teachers that we have engaged in is the NASE training. It's a network for training science educators using astronomy as a tool for teaching science. And so like you want to teach a mathematics concept, and so you use astronomy to teach that concept. We have done this within Sarod with member countries coming together for the same. Also, like just recently, I think there's an award that was given to Pasi. Our directors got an award. Part of the school for Pasia was conducted in our Sarod office. One of the countries participate in this, but the rest of the countries did send their participants. And also there is another project in which we have gotten ourselves engaged in the PAPSIN project, which is a scholarship for postgraduate students. We have also engaged in quite a number of outreach activities, which was creating awareness to the public on safe viewing of eclipse, and also just to create an understanding on best how to appreciate astrotourism or appreciate the night skies. In our region, at least, we have very good dark skies, but then we want to bring people to a realization that these dark skies are actually a very beautiful phenomena that they can understand. And so through various outreach activities, we have managed to engage people and schools to appreciate. A few challenges that I'll just highlight. Maybe many people have also tried to speak to the same. You have a lot of activities and a lot of people enjoy these things, but then you have a limitation to how much you can go, how much you can show, and how many people can be involved. And so, well, as we celebrate our 10 years, we still call for more funding to help to engage as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. So we got time for one or two questions. Does anyone have a question for Jackson? Okay, so no one's got a question for Jackson. We'll now move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Elamia from the East African regional office, and he's going to be talking about OAD supported project in East Africa, impact assessment, lessons, and future directions. Elamir?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for Jackson. He reminded me that also the East Africa Road now celebrating its 10 years since establishment. So my talk is not about the celebration, but through this 10 years journey, we try to audit the OAD project funds that has been implemented in our region. So my talks, as you can see, involves about the impact assessment lesson in the future. So, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. So as I said, the East Africa Road is established in 2004, now currently hosted by the newly established Ethiopian Space Science and Geospatial Institutes. There are around 14 countries, but among these, 6 are very highly active. The others are not that much active because of their own situations. So this is just historical background about roads. So as every 11 regional offices, our mandate is just to implement the IAU and OAD strategic plans. We try to coordinate and network and collaborate in our regions in different aspects. We also work with 3 task force. I think this is earlier one, but now with the 3 flagship programs. And also we are working in synergy with OAO, OAE, and ISYA. So these are our regional country coordinators in our regions, and we do most of work with the volunteers along with our country representatives. So to come to my talk, especially on the OAD funded projects, globally, I think you have heard in the morning there are around 220 projects was funded in 5 continents with investment of 1.2 million and above. But in the East Africa regions, we do have around 30 projects funded in the decade, in the 10 years ago, within this 10 years journey. So the objective is just to have to use astronomy as a tool for development and to have socio-economic impact for the society. So to do this, OAD has already identified 3 flagships, as we have already heard in the morning. The flagship theme 1 is sustainable local socio-economic development. Flagship 2 is now we focus only more astromental health, but astronomy mental health, but there is also science diplomacy, astronomy, and celebrating our human community is also included there. Flagship 3 is knowledge skills for development. We have heard about hackathons development. So within these are the 3 flagships where my assessment is involved, just like KPI. So the objective is to check what are the impacts that has created for the 10 years, what are the lessons learned, and to provide recommendations. So the data that I used is already available data in OAD websites, the reports, and the projects. And the method that I use is quantitative method, and I use the flagship as a KPI parameters. This is not an exhaustive evaluation, but it is just to check how the current programs has made an impact. So the duration is 2013 up to 2022. And I didn't make any focal group discussion or questionnaire for those who implement the project, but I use only the data that I have from the OAD. But I have also some data with me because we usually try to evaluate before we give a grant in regional office. So among these 30 projects, 23 was implemented in our region. 7 are including East Africa and like the whole Africa or around the globe. So that is the statistics that you see. The one in the green is in 2020 where there is COVID. So I think a lot of project has been funded with small funds, but that was the biggest project that has been implemented at that time. So I try to accumulate the areas where these projects involves, like capacity building, teachers training, education, infrastructure, COVID. So as you can see from the graph, most of the budget or the project that has been supported goes to capacity building. Next to that, COVID, education and outreach, cultural astronomy, gender equality, teacher training. So it goes in decline way. So we can see that most of the budget that has been allocated for the project is capacity building, which is in line with the objective of the OAD. I try to summarize this one based on the 3 flagships. So I try to make this one. So this is some of the projects areas where it involves. So I don't want to go again to save time. So according to flagship teams, these are some of the project names. And for in team 1 that stimulates economies, those that you see in the bulletin are the projects that are categorized there in community development. So for instance, astrotourism in Tanzania and the traveling telescope, astrobus and cultural astronomy are belonging to this the first team. In the second team that focus on mental health and science diplomacy and celebrating our common communities. So there are some of the policymakers in training and others like addressing inequality, for instance, the Cygerless astronomy. In the astronomy mental health, we can also put the COVID, because COVID-19 can also be categorized to this group. So in the knowledge and skill development, there are a number of also programs there. I don't want to go in details, but you can easily catch up there. For instance, the Pan-African School of Emerging Astronomers, PASIA and Astrolab, these are very important because they are they connect the east, west, and south in Africa. So which has a good impact also to the whole African. So to summarize, what are the impacts that has been brought through this project? In team 1, in general, we can short or summarize that economic and community development has been assured there, like projects like astrotourism development and mobile astronomy education. They can boost economy and create jobs and improve. They can also improve the community engagement. And for the flagship too, it brought like global cooperation and equity, like they address gender inequality. For instance, Cygerless can be mentioned, this one, and also the policy making training also can be categorized there. In skill and knowledge development, flagship 3, educational and technological advancement has been assured there, because there is a high knowledge and skill transfer on these training programs. It also improves educational outcomes and addressing local challenges. So as we continue, so what are the benefits for the science education? Community engagement, socio-economic development, and it also address societal challenges. So lesson learned, we should have to do it, the project usually based on the local context matter. We should have to integrate with education. For instance, astrotourism has to be included into the curriculum, otherwise it may not be effective. We should have to be adaptable and crucial, for instance, whenever there is COVID and other things. It has to be also aligned with the sustainable development with SDG goals. As we continue, regarding to the flagship program as a guide, I found out that the OAD website is very good and it gives more full information for those who apply. It has rich resource and clear guidance, and there is also now benefit for they introduce the multi-year projects that also benefit sustainability. I think these are some of the good lessons that can be learned. As a challenge, there is a lack of continuity because it is one-time project, sometimes doesn't go anywhere, but we should have to make it like a multi-level or tailor-made. So can you give me one minute? Yes, no problem. Otherwise I have to. Okay, it's good to go to the recommendation rather than challenge. So we should have to have continuous innovation mechanism. We have to have public-private partnership to sustain these implemented projects. It should have to be aligned with SDGs. Monitoring and evaluation is also a key whenever we do this project. So I want to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elamia, for your talk. We'll just take one question in the interest of time, if anyone has a question for Elamia. Otherwise, you can catch Elamia later and continue. Oh, there's a question? Oh, Beth, where's the mic? There it is.
I was so impressed by the way that you reflected on the last 10 years and made very concrete recommendations for a path forward. So from your perspective, what is your dream for 10 years from now? Can you say what's something that you would really love to see happening or see you accomplishing based on those future recommendations?
Yeah, I want to have a kind of sustainable projects that can impact a number of peoples. For instance, if we have a kind of astrotourism strategies that can work for everybody, so I mean, especially for Africa, we can benefit a lot. So projects which align with astrotourism can create a number of jobs. It can also broad economy. So I wish we could do more on astrotourism. That's what my feeling is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's thank our speaker. And we'll move to our next speaker from the Southeast Asia Road, Metipon. The title for his talk is SCR Road Update, Astronomical Activities and Development in the Southeast Asia region.
Hello, everybody. I'm from National Astronomical Research Institute of Thailand, and we're in charge of the Sea Road. So, okay. So if you attended the opening ceremony or yesterday lunch talk, you might notice that our directors being received the IAU ODE Outreach Prize Award, and we're really happy with that. But more importantly, we hope that this achievement that being granted to us would serve as an inspiration to many other countries, particularly in developing countries, to maybe inspired by our motto that we really believe could be the key as part for developing country to overcome and to particularly make success outreach development. And I think that we're from developing countries, and I have to say that the challenges that people face in a country that already have establishing astronomy infrastructures versus a country that lacks completely in any of those is fundamentally different. And in order to develop those, it's require a unique sense of challenge. And to demonstrate why, let me just explain real quick. We think outreach is the key. And the reason is, if you think about outreach, usually outreach, particularly in developed nation is you describe it as a bottoms-up approach. You have an independent group of different people. Maybe you read astronomy in the news. Maybe you meet local amateur astronomers. Maybe you go to museums, planetariums, maybe education. The problem for us 15 years ago is we don't have any of those, right? And this is really difficult. Now, my best analogy is like this. Imagine there's a gold mine in the middle of the desert, and that gold mine is astronomy. There's a lot of potential. There's a lot of resource waiting to be exploited. And you need people to go there to dig it up. But if you build a mine there without any support, it's not going to work. But if your utility is trying to go there to provide water where there's no one to be there, then they're not going to survive. What you need is, in fact, to flip it upside down. You need a centralized government to filling all of these gaps. And eventually, after the economy flourishes for a while, then you start to phase off and have these individual players taking part. And this is exactly what we're trying to do with our outreach program. Because in order to have astronomy for development, people need to understand what astronomy is first. That wasn't the case when we started, right? In order to even talk about using astronomy for everything, if you wanted to develop astrotourism, but people don't really understand astronomy, there's no interest in it, it's going to be really hard. And through outreach is how we're going to fix all this. So this is what we do, and let me just go over it really quick. So what do we do with this approach? Well, short answer is everything, because the whole point is we need to cover every single missing point of the puzzle. So we start with, we have to cover every news and article, and every major and minor astronomical news in the past 15 years has been written by our staffs in Thailand, in Thai, for the Thai public. We cover every major, not even the research that we're involved in, but any research that is elsewhere by Event Horizon Telescope, LIGO, every single news. And we also provide hands-on experience. We have camps after camp, astronomy camps, and we also built our own planetarium. We're now the operators of 5 planetariums, observatories for the public. And we have astronomy exhibits. We have planetariums, of course, many of them. And we also have local observatories for public can come and take a look at the star through one of our regional observatories through the real telescopes. And the testament to our success. So last year, we decided to hold the first ever Starry Night over Bangkok event. This is the first ever Bangkok event in Bangkok. And we've seen 12,500 people coming in a single night. It's probably, to my knowledge, the largest collection of people for stargazing events ever recorded by mankind. And now with these interests has been exploding over the years, now we can look towards something like a dark sky areas in Thailand. This is astrotourism we're trying to promote, but now since we've built quite a relationship with the public, for the public, astronomy is synonymous with our organization. So when we start to do our dark sky areas, we go out and evaluate these dark sky areas. The public who's gained their interest, many of them through our works, now they know that the institution, they recognize that's granting a stamp of approval. So this have a big influence on the local tourism and economics possibilities. We also promote astro guides. We can evaluate and have a workshop for the guides to know more, to be able to provide the public more about how to see. But more importantly, because the whole point of us doing this is not, we don't want to keep it all to ourselves. We just meant to be a temporary stopgap. We just want to keep a momentum going. So the most part of our outreach work is through someone who can pass it forward. It's a pyramid scheme in astronomy, if you will. So the best way to do this is teaching who can teach the other, training who can train the other. So our biggest focus group is through our astronomy teachers. And we've trained over the years over 9,000 teachers through our astronomy teacher training workshops. And to help them aiding this, we decided we can have a project where they can send an application and they receive training and they can get their own Dobsonian telescope, 10-inch Dobsonian. And we have given out 610 of these that are now scattered all over Thailand. And our participants over the year has been rising. You can see now we can safely say we've definitely gained the momentum. Last year, we have serviced about 670,000 people total in all our activities combined. So now these success in outreach allow us to propagate, launch ourselves forward. With the overwhelming public support, we're able to expand our research much more significantly. Now we host the largest optical and radio telescope in Southeast Asia. And we have many labs, mechatronics, we are doing space system, we're doing optical and many different technology development being developed, partly thanks to the outreach program, which is usually is the other way around. And we have been collaborating with many organizations. And of course, and now with this, we want to help other people to get what we have built over the years. So we've trying to be training many workshops over the years to many countries in South Asia and beyond. So we've had, these are some of the workshops we've held. And for this year, recently we've held the first ever LGBTQIA+ astronomy meeting was held in Thailand at our headquarters. We hold a JWST data analysis workshop, and we're gonna have Thai Pass meeting. And we are planning to have a teacher training workshop with Malaysia and Singapore later next month. And in fact, tonight we'll be going to Botswana to help our colleague at Booth to help training, which is not technically Sea Road. And if you're interested in knowing more about us, we have a conference for Southeast, first ever conference in Southeast Asia in planetarium education and outreach. It's going to be held this November. If you're interested, the deadline is next week. All right, and that will be all. Thank you.
Okay, we do have two hands up. So okay, we got a number of hands. So just make the questions quick. So start there.
Yeah, thank you. That's very impressive what's happening in Thailand. And I see that you're also doing a lot of initiatives outside Thailand in the region. The question I have is this all driven by Thailand, or are there regional actors who take the initiative in other Asian countries and go on their own?
Yeah, I would have, unfortunately, most of our colleagues in Southeast Asia is not quite at the level that they can like make a real contribution yet. And I'm not saying this, this is because I'm saying this out of understanding, because like us 15 years ago would not have the capability of doing any of those either. So it is a growing, and now, so we have gone through the first stages, and now with the public support, we are able to basically ask for more funding from our government. And now we're trying to help all this. We understand quite well. So for example, some of our colleagues in Laos that we train as planetarium operators, they receive an average salary of like $100 US, which is not viable at all. So there are some challenges that needs to be made, and while we're financially much better off, we're dedicated to helping out in a lot of ways that we can.
Thank you. I'm wondering, how large is your communication, education, and public engagement team?
We have about 60 full-time outreach staff, 5 PR staff. So it is rather large, but but none of our outreach staff is professionally trained in astronomy. We don't have a PhD in astronomy, so it works a little different. And of course, the labor cost works also very differently. So you're thinking in terms of 50 full-time outreach staff with a US salary. That's not what we have. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, a lot of infrastructure has been built up over the years in Thailand. Have you done much in the way as far as economic impact assessment in the communities where the infrastructure is, like visitors that are coming in, restaurants,
That's a good question. So for tourism, it's we can definitely talk to the operators at the dark sky site whether they receive more visitors, and they definitely have, because we have 700,000 followers on social media. So when we advertise our dark sky site, that is already enough of an impact. But as far as a wider economy impact, that's a really interesting question. I mean, we do know there's a lot of industry, there are now many people who can make a career out of writing science articles, which was not a thing at all like 10 to 20 years ago, which is now possible. But if you have an idea of how to measure the larger economic impact of this, I'd really be stoked to hear about it, because I don't know how to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think that our speaker will take questions or any discussions, at the end of the session. I think we can move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is someone that's familiar with us this week because he's the winner of the ODE prize. So our next speaker is Dr. Bonaventure Okere from the West African Regional Office, and he's going to be speaking about the status of astronomy for the development in West Africa, and a report from the West African Regional Office. Thank you, Bonaventure.
Thank you, James. Away. Thank you very much for this moment. I will just make it a bit brief because of the time factor, and my presentation is just going to be in such a way that we look at the essence of establishing the West African Regional Office, how we try to achieve the aim of establishing the office, and then what step we need to take. As we can say, my name is Bonaventure Kere. I'm the regional coordinator for the West Africa. I also work with the National Space Research and Development Agency of Nigeria. Right. I think it's okay. All right. Now, I just want to say that the West African Regional Office was established in 2015 and inaugurated in 2016. And the aim of establishing it was to foster the goals of the IAU strategic plan in the region, and also to do what we call regional management, coordination of activities within the West Africa, and then layers with other global OAD offices like the other roads, and also with the OAD itself. Then provide administrative support for regional IAU programs in development, education, and outreach. These are on the things and the coordination of contact between IAU and national authorities in the region. Maintenance of a regional IAU website and appropriate forums for development and education. Provision of advice, guidance, and information for astronomers in all countries in the region about IAU programs. Then proactive initiation and coordination of fundraising activities for regional development activities. Reporting regularly to the OAD and IAU Executive Committee where required on activities of the regional node. This is the essence of establishing the West African Regional Office. Now, to do this, we cannot design this. This is the road. Our activities summarized. We have the strategic goals. We have design an objective, which is also linked to the strategic goals. And then we design activities to achieve these objectives and the strategic goal, and then look at the risk analysis, whether we're achieving these goals or whether we're achieving that the plans of IAU or not. So we designed this method of carrying out our activities in the region. Now, the strategic goals are research collaboration. We are going to take a look to see whether we're actually achieving these collaborations, instrument development, capacity building, and then I want to let us know that before the establishment of WAROD, we don't have any functional optical or radio telescope within the region. There was none. So our mission was challenging, how do we encourage countries, how do we encourage the establishment of these equipments? Then capacity building. I remember then, before OAD WAROD, I think whether we have only one PhD holder of astronomy in Ghana and many other African countries. Senegal had none, Sierra Leone had none, Nigeria had many anyway. But Nigeria became the only university we knew then that was offering us from up to PhD level. Then how do we do this? Must it remain one university? How do we encourage other universities to key in how to develop the capacity within the West African region? Then we also know how to do outreach to help us achieve these goals, do international astronomy in schools curriculum. That's a purpose, one of the reasons we have to be established. Do fundraising, networking, and communication, and involve stakeholders. So these are the things we're actually going to do. We design these indicators to actually know whether we are achieving these particular strategies and goals. So we came up with this. So part of the research collaboration, we think we plan that at least we should be having publications from across the countries in the region. Then see how we can develop instruments and then collaborative workshops, through collaborations and workshops, facilitate low-cost information development by Anna Summer School and outreach to traveling. Actually, we in West Africa then, the only country that has a planetarium for outreach is Ghana. There's no other one in West Africa that has even a planetarium. So we had a challenge. How do we encourage institutions or countries to acquire planetarium? So how do we even get funds to carry out these things? So we actually, these are what we design. Now, to impress us to know that within this period, we have actually done a little bit or much, we can say. Before then, I can say through SKA, Ghana has, through EAVN, Ghana has a functional radio telescope now, something we never had in the region. Now we have, I don't know what the pointer here, can use the pointer. This one, okay. All right, now, yeah, I've seen it. Okay, yeah, good. This is the telescope in Ghana, which we never had. It was commissioned in 2017. Then we started encouraging and developing makeshift radio telescope that we can use for education. People cannot travel to country to go and do observation. So we built the first mobile radio telescope that we can take to schools. It was designed by some of our scientists, astronomers, and engineers. So it's affordable, we can carry it along for astronomy education. This to encourage. Then we have already getting one similar dish again for astronomy education in Nigeria. This is a 3.7 meter radio telescope installed and functional, where students can actually experiment and know how to do data download and data reduction and things like that. Then we also, through the help of Northwest University here, we built this microsync interferometry for outreach and education as well. These are things we never had before. Now, this is a optical telescope in the model of the telescope in Burkina Faso. It had been there, but was never functional. But recently, I think it's becoming functional. Then we have, this is a telescope, though going to be installed. The installation will start next week from Russia, Kiambras, the Kurdish Institute of Advanced Mathematics of the Russian Academy of Science. They donated this to us. We won it through UNOSA, and it's going to be installed within this month. By next month, it's supposed to actually be functional. It's supposed to be a remote accessible telescope. The dome has already been built. It remains the installation. And then we have, this for Long Solar, another outreach telescope we acquired within this particular period under instrument development. Now we go to capacity building, because the essence is to establish the equipments and then build a capacity that can actually play a role in astronomy research beyond the region and play a role in the international astronomical world. Now you can see, Pasia, that's our road, is the host of this particular project that is actually spreading across Africa. And then, if I show the pictures of the activities in West Africa, it is more than what we have here. Just established on, this is the international things that was done as part of the activities we are doing. Capacity building continues, have a lot of programs for students and for teachers in different past countries in West Africa. And then we also involved in this project called VASCO, Virtual Vanishing Star. So one of our scientists discovered this asteroid through this project. And then other things were, so you can see, I said earlier, we had only one Ghana planetarium before then. Yeah, that's the Ghana planet. But now in West Africa, we have about 3 more other planetarium because of our effort reaching out to them to have this established. Well, we have a lot of art competitions for schools and students outreach programs, and continuous so many of these activities in West Africa. Then we have the key performance indicators, which we try to actually assess what we are doing, whether we're achieving that strategic objective or not. And we made the first presentation from 2016 to 2020, but this was 2021 to 2027. And we find out that we have achieved 60% under 2021 to 2022 projects, things we are doing. And then for 2021 to 2022 to 2023, this is 71.4% achievement so far. And then 23 to 24, the year we are, we already currently achieved about 75% of our stated goals. All right, so they have also done what we call risk analysis. What can be hindrances to for achieving our aims? We analyze this and see these are things that we can see, these are holding us down, and are things that we need to improve on what we are doing. Charles is behind me there. Now we have this in West Africa. This is a summary of the OAD funded project. I mean, I can't present it one by one because there's so many. Nigeria will have about 16 of them. Burkina Faso 2, Ghana 5, Senegal 3, Sierra Leone 2, Cape Verde 1, Liberia 1. And we can't do this alone, so we have to collaborate. I've been collaborating with regional nodes, North American regional road, with South African regional node, East African regional node, and European node. We're collaborating with them. Through them, we have this some mobility grants. People are traveling and getting more experiences. We also collaborate with Norway for outreach. Then this is the VASCO, and then EC funded programs like Fast for Future and the PAPSIN. We are involved, and then NOCEL. We're working with NOCEL to establish astro science curriculum in Africa, and then other institutions, universities. We're collaborating with them. All right, so these are the collaborations. I just mentioned them there. And then communications. We're on social media. Can also reach our activities through these links there. Thank you. Ndewo, Ngia Bonga, Danki.
Thank you, Bonaventure. We'll just take some quick questions. And in the meantime, our next speaker, Pedro Russo, can get ready online. you have one or two questions? I think I just have a comment. You know, I've noticed, you know, with some of the last two talks that, you know, it's not necessarily that it's the infrastructure that makes astronomy happen. You know, we can start the other way around. The development, you know, can make a case for astronomy in your country, and then that can then lead to the infrastructure, you know, that can, you know, help the country do cutting edge science. And just one question that I've got from my side, you know, with Ghana, you know, being just next door, and with Nigeria, with some astronomers as well, what are sort of the collaborations that you're building with Ghana, having that AVN dish, and would it not be beneficial if maybe there are more closer, you know, collaborations between Ghana and Nigeria, you know, to utilize and maximize that Ghana Radio Astronomy Observatory?
Yes, thank you. A very, very important question. I think Ghana is having a lot of issues, dual citizenship. Let me use the word. Ghana is close to South African regional office. It's also a West African country. So often the report is always with the South African regional office. But what I've been doing with them is we reach out, we communicate with them. But I've been designing methods to see a way whereby people from Nigeria can actually access their telescope. But the protocol is big. When they had their former director, Professor Demako, we tried to work out an MOU, how we can use the telescope. Demako, since he has been removed, I've not been able to reach out to them again to see how far we can go about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonaventure. Oh, there's one question, so just take that quick question and you can go, Bonaventure. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Sorry for my English because I'm French speaker. If maybe I don't speak very well, maybe somebody will help me. Okay, when, because of Warod now, you found like 6 countries. In this country, we have just Senegal. This is French speaker. If I think well, all the Central Africa and West Africa in this Warod. Yeah, in this Warod, because me also, because I'm there. But after that, I see like Warod go, this is English speaker. Because if you know, because you know me, because I'm Mamadou Mamad from Chad. I'm representing OAD in Chad. After I see like OAD, like Warod is interested, this is in English country speaker. If this going like this, why OAD don't create like a note of this French speaker? Okay, thank you.
I understand where you're going to. I just want to let you know that I was even discussing with Professor Jamal yesterday. He said there's a problem with French-speaking countries in West Africa. They are shy to meet with others. Each country in West Africa, we identified regional coordinators. We had online meetings with them, but quite unfortunately, each time we sent mails to get information, they hardly respond. I told Jamal, will it be possible for us to have a French-speaking Office of for Development? He said no, that if you do it, we suppress them from being involved in English, that they're shy with English. So there's a problem, whoever is a country coordinator, I don't know who it is, because we have from Cameroon, we have from Senegal, we have from Mali, we have all their country coordinators. We have a platform, WhatsApp platform for that, to communicate and reach out to all of them. We've been communicating. If they're not working their country, it's because they are shy to reach back to us through via English. But when we sent their names of the coordinator to Jamal to get the information, they quickly responded to Jamal. So it's not a problem. We told this, Abdullah Baz from Senegal, he's one of the first beneficiaries of PASI. So many of them have benefited from this PASI. It's not only English-speaking countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that the discussion can continue offline. And we can move to our no,
I saw, yes, you don't impose country to become to talk another English. You see.
Yeah, it's okay. I think we can continue with that during the break. We can move on to our next speaker. Is Pedro ready online?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your screen. So Pedro was not able to join us. I don't think he was feeling too well. Pedro is going to be speaking about the IAU International Vice Grad Fund Mobility Awards. Pedro, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. And since our colleagues are doing a bit of an amazing overview of all the work that the regional offices are doing, especially in the last years. I also decided to focus a bit more on the work that we have been doing from Leiden in the Netherlands as the European Regional Office of Astronomy for Development. Of course, I'm presenting, but this also represents the work of many individuals, but mainly George Miley, Michelle Willebrands, Katja Frantseva, and also Genevieve Marshall that also worked with us for quite some time a couple of years ago. The Regional Office of Astronomy for Development in Leiden, it's a partnership between Leiden University, but also the European Astronomical Society and of course the IAU through the Office of the Astronomy for Development. When we started our project, we had to define our main strategic goals that they are fully aligned with the strategic plan of the IAU, especially in the component of astronomy for development. And we thought that one thing that we could make a difference will be on mobilizing financial and human resources for development and also to support the global network of the OED. We also want to stimulate capacity building, both in astronomy, but also in astronomy for development. And something that is being core to the origin of this office is our work towards inclusive societies, and especially in aspects of global citizenship. The team, especially with me and George Miley, behind the European Regional Office of Astronomy for Development is also the team that worked for many years on the project Universe Awareness that you all know so well. So in terms of mobilizing resources, one of our first challenges, and I can see that is a big challenge for most of the regional offices, is really building our regional network. In the case of Europe, is also very challenging because we have many countries in Europe, but since we work closely with the European Astronomical Society, we have the members of the European Astronomical Society appointing representatives for the EUROAD. As of today, and in the last 2 years, we have 21 national representatives appointed through this network, but we are still missing around 11. So we miss still a big number of countries where we didn't identify colleagues that they want to dedicate some of their time for this issue. We also been working quite a lot in fundraising, and I'd like to highlight 2 of them: the Erasmus Plus ICM, International Co-Mobility Programs, and also the Visegrad funds and the Visegrad proposal that we had with support of Genevieve Marshall. In terms of capacity building, and we have been focusing quite a lot on these in the last years, we have a specific program fully funded by the European Union and the Erasmus Plus program to do exchange visits between students, master students or PhD students, and research staff, professors or postdocs, between the regional offices in Nigeria, Ethiopia, Armenia, and Colombia, that they represented different regions, but also more recently with the countries of Georgia and Ukraine. And these are exchange visits that can be as short as 1 week or as long as 3 months, where researchers from both the Netherlands can go to these countries and develop programs together with colleagues there, or the colleagues from this country can come to the Netherlands, especially to Leiden, to work with the researchers, scientists, other students, and get involved in other projects. In the last months, we had visits from Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Armenia, and also Colombia. So it was very active in Leiden, where we had all these colleagues coming, and some of them are here in the room today, and they can tell you more about this experience and how it's to be part of this program. This is a key program for us, and we want to keep investing on this. It's where we identify the need, but we also identified some of the funds opportunities. Since I'm looking back for the last 2 years, since the last IAU GA in Busan, we also developed this particular program on developing open science, entrepreneurship skills, and social innovation skills on PhD students in astronomy, PhD students in Germany, Poland, Portugal, the Netherlands, but also South Africa. So this was a program that was running in all these countries, and we reached pretty much every single PhD students from these countries, where they got proper training on entrepreneurship skills that we know that is very important, because most of the PhD students in astronomy in Europe don't stay in academia. They go to industry. So these skills are very, very important for them, so they can really be employable after their PhD. So this was a project fully funded also by the European Union. Another program that we had was the Visegrad Funds, the IAU program that was stopped this year. That was a collaboration program, a student internship for master students between Czech Republic, Czechia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, the Visegrad countries. And this was a summer program for students from these countries to visit other countries, to establish further partnerships in the eastern countries of Europe. For several reasons, and I'll be happy to talk with you, this program was stopped this year, but hopefully we can revive it next year with the Visegrad Foundation. A project that for us is very dear and is very core to the things that we want is to really contribute to the flagship of science diplomacy and using astronomy as a tool for global citizenship. I don't think I have to talk too much about how impactful is the perspective that we can get from astronomy in terms of our understanding of our own planet, our place in the universe, and hopefully also can give us really, really strong sense of empathy for the other and empathy for our planet. This can be really interesting in terms of creating a sense of global citizenship, but also in terms of environmental protection that is very important in this climate crisis that we are living. So I've been working on this project that we call it Play Blue Dot, which in a way it's a follow-up of universe awareness. And we have been working with colleagues from the University in Munich, LMU, that have been developing educational material and around this concept of using astronomy for global citizenship and empathy development. So this is a still ongoing project, and the colleague Cecilia Scorza is still working on it. And just to finish, I would like also to say that because we are part of the European Astronomical Society and Ukraine and the Ukrainian Astronomical Society is part of the EAS, we have been working the last years on developing a recovery plan for astronomy in Ukraine, already taking in consideration that in a couple of years or even in a couple of months, hopefully the war in Ukraine after the invasion of Russia will stop, so we can support the colleagues in Ukraine to rebuild their infrastructure, to rebuild their astronomy ecosystem so they can go back to the research levels that they were doing before the war. So this is a program that we are still working on, and hopefully we're going to still work in the next years. So I'll finish here because I also know that the session is running a bit late. I also can tell you that we are finalizing now the negotiations of the contract for the new coordinator. So hopefully starting in September, October, we're going to have a new coordinator for the astronomy for development in Europe that hopefully is going to really also give a massive boost to the activities that we have been doing from Europe and in collaboration with all the colleagues all around the world. Thank you. And sorry that I'm not there today. I was not feeling so well this morning. I'm feeling much better now. So maybe I'll see some of you tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Pedro. We'll just take, if there's a question, just a quick one. As Pedro mentioned that we are now really running behind on time. Okay, there is no question. Thank you so much, Pedro.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
We will now move on to our next speaker from the Southwest and Central Asian Regional Office. So Eric, go ahead.
Yep. Okay. We are also approaching 10 years from our foundation. Next year we will celebrate probably. So this is important year. So we were founded in, the agreement was signed in Hawaii during the IAU General Assembly. And we called it first Southwest Asia because the countries of Southwest Asia were included. And then later we were expanded to Central Asian republics like Kazakhstan and Tajikistan. So now the name of our regional office is Southwest and Central Asia. We have, as I already mentioned, a couple of countries, but Armenia, Georgia, Iran, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Turkey are official members. But of course, the region is very big, and the region is very important, maybe complicated because all languages are different, and it is politically even a very complicated region with wars, etc., etc. But somehow we managed to maintain the office, and this is really the case when astronomy serves for the society, for the community, and we keep these contacts even independent of all this, independent of all these discrepancies. And the neighboring regions we collaborate with are Arab world region, Europe, and East Asia. And more or less, we have some collaborations with all of them. Okay. We are very active in organizing events, meetings at school. At least 2 are regular. And in frame of this regional office, one is regional the workshops we started in 2015, and the other one is regional school astronomical summer schools. And the last one was very important. We organized together with Arab World Office. So probably it was the first ever inter-regional summer school. So with a lot of participants from both regional offices, Arab and our, and also some other students. And maybe we will make it traditional. Let's see if we manage. Then, of course, we have Burakan International Summer Schools, also mostly with participation of regional students, because it is obvious that closer countries have more chances to participate with less expenses. There are joint meetings between our countries, like for example, Armenia and Georgia, Armenia and Iran. So we have a series of Armenian Georgian meetings, and we want to recover them, which started in 1974. And now, due to our efforts, we continue. And last year, Georgians visited us, and this year, Armenians will visit Georgia. This is very convenient collaboration, a way of collaboration, because the countries are nearby and very easy to travel just by car. By minibus, we go, let's say, 15 people and 15 or 20 people, and visit the neighboring country, and we have joint colloquium with the minimum of expenses. And the host country, of course, provides all necessary facilities, accommodation, and this happens already many times. What else? For people, for students and school children, we have Burakan Science camps. We have astronomical school lectures that professional astronomers go to schools with larger audience, of course, because during the camps we have only 30 participants each time. And this is the list of all these activities. Actually, every year we have 1 or 2 activities at this level, including, as I said, these regional workshops, schools, and joint workshops, joint colloquia. What else? Of course, our people, our staff members, including myself, participate in all important international meetings. And only during this 2.5 years, you see a list of maybe 15 or 20 meetings, and many others that we participate, representing our office and making contacts, collaborations, and of course, discussing a lot of things with our colleagues. There were a lot of funded projects, including one very important, which already was discussed several times today. This is astrotourism. I am not sure, but maybe we were the first to start astrotourism activities in one of the first, with support of one of the first grants from OAD. It was in 2016 and even before. So we made a web page, we made a map of astrotourism, we made a film, we made a database. So a lot of products were done due to this support. And also then during the IAU 100th anniversary celebration, when there were some extension of projects, we also won the extension of astrotourism. And also some projects were just dedicated to workshops, to events, where we also put a lot of efforts in frame of this regional and OAD support, of course. What else? This is an example how we made it. So this is a web page with a lot of information here. We give all astronomical attractions, like in several sections: modern observatories, universities, institutes, sun fire temples, sundials, ancient observatories, museums, rock art, planetariums. So these are probably the all possible forms of astronomical attractions. And really in this region, we have a lot due to the fact that these countries are historically very rich in astronomy and in all activities. So here we include the countries, including also Uzbekistan, which is not officially in the our regional office, but also it is included in this project. So clicking on any country, we have all these interactive maps of all these attractions and description of the attractions, description of this sightseeing. Really, astrotourism may be very important for tourism in general, and this is very recent compared to all other forms of tourism. And of course, the collaboration which Pedro mentioned, this is very important that with Europe, we have very tight contacts. It is very interesting situation that Armenia is in a political or geographical region, which we call in many, many ways. It is Middle East, it is Caucasus, Transcaucasus, Armenian Highlands, historically, former Soviet Union country, European Eastern Partnership. And of course, due to this initiative of IAU, we created like a new political or geographical region, which we call Southwest and Central Asia. And but of course, we have to work with all these different regional and political, geographical and political formations. So we are also member of European Astronomical Society. It happens that in one case in the world, two countries, this is Armenia and Turkey, are part of two regional offices, both our, which we call Southwest and Central Asia, and also European, because we are member of European Astronomical Society. As I told, yes, those countries which are member of EAS are officially members of the European Road. Okay, and maybe the last one with Arab World Regional Office. We have very nice collaboration and contacts. I think Dr. Avni also will mention this. So as my time is over, let me finish here. Yeah, of course, among the future plans are a lot of developments, a lot of projects that we are going to run, including UNESCO Regional Astronomical Conference, Astronomical Heritage of the Middle East, which we already have had once. So this will be the second, and many other meetings. Thank you very much.
We'll just take one quick one if there's a question. Otherwise, Ani, you can get ready for your talk. So Ani is going to be talking about the impacts. Thank you. Let's take our speaker, please. Ani, let's come up. It's going to be talking about the impact of the Arab Regional Office of Astronomy for Development and its associated Arabic language expertise center on astronomy advancement in Jordan and the Arab world. Thank you. Green button.
Good afternoon. Although I am, my name is starts with A, but unfortunately they delay me for the last one. I hope that it is. Yes, actually the Arab Regional Office, which was, actually this is the first picture, which was taken in 2015 in Honolulu, USA, when they have agreed with the president of Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Science, Dr. Hamid Al-Naimi, and now he is also the chancellor of Sharjah University at UAE, and they have agreed to establish Arab World Road in Amman under the hosting of AWAS, Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Science. This is actually the picture shows the inauguration of the 2015. As you see, Dr. Kevin and other people, which they were just coming from different Arab countries. There were at that time 15 Arab countries who has been participated in that. As you see in the in this map, there is now 18 Arab countries which they are member of the Arab world, but unfortunately, there is only 6 countries which they are active and working with us seriously. You know that the circumstances surrounding now, it's not allowing many countries to, but I am very much happy, at least that we are now, we got the, I can say it was a good opportunity for us to be involved and know most of the capacity building of Arab countries. And we have actually worked very much to improve this astronomy in this world. Actually involved institutions, I am talking about the Arab Union. We, OED, work with Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Science very closely. Most of our activities under, you see, we work together. And Sharjah Academy of Astronomy and Space Science, which is located in UAE, which is really, this is actually, it is advanced, and we have, you see, telescopes, radio telescope, optical telescope, and even CubeSat. We are working together, and I am now also working with them in Sharjah Academy of Astronomy and Space. Also, we are Institute of Astronomy and Space Science in Jordan, which is more than 70 master and, let me say, doctoral has been graduated from this institute as a master degree, and they have completed their doctorate outside. And Ministry of Education in Jordan is very efficient in actually cooperation. All astronomical societies in Arab world, they are actually under our umbrella, and we are working together about this. And there are many, let me say, universities in Arab world, and even in Jordan, most of them we are working together, and other schools. This is the steering committee, and you have seen there is Kevin and Eric from Armenia. As he has informed you, we work actually very close, and there are many cooperation between us. And this is our vision. The guidelines, you see, as you know, the development which contribute towards sustainable development goals and transparency, dynamics, humility. And this is actually most of the, you see, our offices, they are actually considering as overarching principles. And this is our objective: capacity building, collaboration with universities, and so on. And as you see in the slides, in fact, I have prepared many slides, so I have to be quick for that. You see the fundraising at all levels, focusing on astronomy heritage, organizing activities, organizing regional and international summer school, and establishing road contact points in all countries. In fact, what we have done now, most of Arab countries who's member with under the OD and Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Science, we have actually allocated 3 to 4, you see, active members, which they are doing all activities and you see, with our cooperation. And there is weekly, at least you will find 2 online between our neighboring country, Arab country, and also we make face-to-face actually activities. This is actually, we issue and publish this, the universe. It is quarterly. And also we have the Pleiades, which is monthly flare. And most of the, let me, astronomical society in Arab world, they are actually publishing, you see, some, let me say, magazine concerning astronomy. Now they are becoming active. This is a future plan, actually. OED with EWAS, we are actually, we have at the end of constructing 50-centimeter optical telescope. We hope to finish it very soon, by the end of this year. Also, we are participating with EWAS to build 5-meter diameter radio telescope. There is 3 dishes. We are in the process of starting within next 2 months of that one. In fact, what's the benefit of OED? That we are actually working very close with all institutions in Arab world by organizing summer schools, by sending our students or our trainees to the, like Near, it is in Egypt, which is considered the oldest institutions. It is the national institution for research in astronomy and geophysics. We also organize summer school there. We have very close, let me say, cooperation with them. They have good experience and good facilities which they can actually help us as EWAS, Arab Union, and OED. Yes, the future plans also, we would like to, you see, we have signed an agreement, Arab Union for Astronomy Science, with cooperation with OED and with SAST, the Sharjah Academy for Astronomy and Space Science Technology. It is located in UAE. We have signed actually with the Chinese Lunar Exploration Cooperation. And there is also 3 universities from UAE and Jordan, and 1 it is in Egypt. We have signed this agreement, and we hope that we'll be involved in summer projects. We have actually given 3 projects to participate in the CHANS mission. Yes, we are looking forward for holding the International Symposium and Development in Space Communication. This will be in November, and it will be very much happy to receive you there and to participate. This is actually will be with APSCO. It is, this is APSCO, it is Asian Pacific Science for Cooperation Organization, okay? And also we are holding the first Arab conference on meteorites and meteorites, which will be in Nouakchott, Mauritania. Also will be from 30 November to December. And you are welcome to participate in this one. This is some of our actually activities since last 4 years. This is actually the International Symposium, which is was about space exploration, moon and beyond. It was held in Jordan with the cooperation of one of the university. It's called Al Bayt University, and it is hosting the Institute of Astronomy and Space Science in Jordan. Again, this is actually another conference was just, okay. This is conference was also in Jordan. This is also the 3rd conference of university president, Russian presidents with Arab, which was in Sharjah, and we were involved as OED, and this is the most important AW Road activities in the last 5 years, about the 14th Arab Conference, which was held in also Sharjah. More than 400 participants from different institutions and organizations and universities belong to space science in Arab country. Even we got from USA, from Chile, from Armenia, Dr. Haikan, and from China, they were participating in this one. Just I will show them these, some of our activities, world space, even about Ramadan crescent. We, you know, it's a holy month for us. We try always to celebrate it and to, yeah. This is also 19th edition of the Public Astronomy Festival organized in Constantine in Algeria. because also they are affiliated, they are member with OED. We are participating and supporting them with logistics and others. Again, this is in Ifran, Morocco. This year, before 1 month, it was in July. We participated in that one. And the scientific exhibition held at Balka University, Amman, which was one of our universities, and many activities actually. This is actually the first observatory in Jordan University, and we have another one now. It is in the desert, the stargazing light. This is the one which actually it is in the desert. Okay, I will show.
I think we need
Yeah.
to stop in the interest of time now.
Yeah,
because
okay.
we are running
Just I
over
want
time.
to show them the Wadi Rum mountain. I don't know.
Yeah.
And this is the conference, next conference, which will be in Nouakchott. And that's it. And also we have in November this International Symposium on Development, Space, Communication, the Regional Balance and Challenges. And thank you very much, and sorry for this delay.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so I think that you can just speak to the speaker offline. We still have a number of speakers in the session, so you can take the questions offline. So I don't know if Fabien is online. If Fabien is not online for his talk, then maybe we could skip it. Is anyone available to speak on the Indian region of America? No? No, okay. And then there is Ellen. Is Ellen online? No, we don't have Ellen online. And then Astro Tourism in Mongolia was a talk submitted for that. And Ellen is also, sorry, and that is not online. So I think that we can just close quickly with Genevieve and her quick fundraising, I think, message or talk that she had sort of prepared quickly. So it'll just be a quick 5-minute, talk from Genevieve. Is Genevieve ready?
Hello.
Okay,
Yes.
Genevieve. Yeah.
Can I?
take it away.
Am I okay to share my screen?
Can Genevieve share screen? Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, 2 seconds. Well, right. Can you all see that? Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Yep. Perfect. So yes, thank you. I'm going to start with saying yes. Apologies firstly for the delay at the start, slight technical issues. And also I know you're all running behind, so I'm going to truncate my presentation, but I do have a pre-recorded version, which I'm going to post on Slack for you all. So please do take the time, if you would like to, and have a listen. There's a lot to always talk about in fundraising. You can't really obviously do it justice in 10 minutes. I've been in the sector over 25 years, and many of you know me, some of you don't. And I'd just like to focus on some very key specific slides to close the session. So we're basically talking about philanthropy. So the whole presentation is about philanthropy. There are some challenges, obviously, in fundraising. There's lots of opportunities as well, but I think what we need to make sure we're doing is staying as focused as possible when we're thinking about what it is we want to raise. Fundraising by definition usually means voluntary donations, so trust foundations, major donors, and so on. It's not consultancy or contracting services. Sponsorship tends to carry, it's like a business transaction, it tends to carry VAT liability, and it's also not other forms of earned income, for example, sales of a project. So when you're watching my presentation, just bear that in mind. So I think we've discussed quite a lot about the current landscape as well and the challenges. So I'm not going to spend too much on this. I think you're all very familiar with the challenges. But I'd like to also end on a positive note and say that there is a huge amount of opportunity. Not going into great detail with these numbers, please do take them away and have a read. But there is a ton of money out there, and there is no reason why astronomy cannot share a part of it. And what we really need to do is move away from this sort of proposal churn, open calls, donor-led fundraising into something that's a lot more tailored and structured to make maximum use of your time and resources. Firstly, we begin with a theory of change. So before you launch into fundraising, we need to have a plan and we need to know what we're talking to people about. There's lots and lots of resources on theory of change. I think most of you will be very familiar with this, but please do sort of, again, have a read, go away and have a think about it. But we always create a theory of change. It is telling the story. So astronomers are great at telling the story. And what we want to do is be able to articulate your programs and activities into a meaningful message that your donors can easily understand. One of the other very useful things about theory of change is it talks about the impact and it helps you articulate your impact. Often we hear people saying, I want funding for my specific activity. So for example, a telescope in a regional community, for example, rather than talking about the telescope, let's think about the reasons why we need the telescope. What is it going to do? What behavioral change are we going to see? I've listed a few examples. The SDGs came up in this morning. The OED, of course, works towards the SDGs. So just make sure you are focusing on a few SDGs. And I think there's been some really great examples in the presentations already today. Please don't try and do all 17. That's very, very difficult. But take the ones that matter to you. And that also helps you design the framework for your theory of change as well. All donors, all funders are working towards a sustainable development goal. So if you cannot articulate how you are helping them meet these targets, it's going to be very difficult for you to secure funding. I would be not going to spend time on monitor, evaluation and learning. I would be remiss to not mention it. However, it's a really fundamental component of your theory of change. It's been really great, again, to see so many people talking about monitoring, evaluation and learning. There are tons of resources available online. So please, as you're thinking about your whole theory of change and messaging, think about how you're going to measure it all. Is the project you're talking about measurable? Is the activity measurable? How are you going to be able to communicate it? This is just one example of a MEL wheel. Sorry, I don't know why my slides are rushing. So please do have a look at that. I don't want to steal my colleague's thunder, but we have actually developed so far, I think, 2 theories of change. We're working on 2 more. My slides are not cooperating today. The last one was for astrotourism. This is astronomy for mental health. These are actually been printed, so please go do and speak to my colleagues at the OAD desk who've worked really hard on this, Joy, Dom, and hear their experiences of developing the theory of change. And you are welcome, I think, to take these away, or we have them available digitally for you as well. The next thing that we also need is a case for support. This is a document, there's a living document that has all the information you need. And one of the common problems we see in fundraising is that people think they've agreed something. You go off and speak to a donor and they're like, oh no, that's actually not what we've agreed internally. And this is a continual backwards and forwards. Once you've created your theory of change, done your monitoring, evaluation and learning, you can create the document which has all the information you need to enable you to go out and fundraise. Some of the things you need to include are included on this slide, but just make sure that you are all in agreement and that everybody can just go out and start sharing the message and telling the story before you go. The next stage then, so great, Genevieve, I've done all of this work. What do I do next? The next stage we do, whilst you're working on all this other stuff, you can do your prospect research. This is where you're going to find out where the money actually is. So fundraising isn't just a matter of writing a proposal and then getting the money back. Fundraising is a lot more nuanced and multifaceted. I'm going to probably spend the limited time I have on the last 2 slides. I'm nearly done. But really, think about who it is you want to approach. And prospect research is a very, very important component in philanthropy. The people who are warmest to you are the people who are most likely to give to you. We are starting to now also think about things like return on investment. So when you are starting to prepare your approaches, you've got to look at who you know. Let's bear in mind as well that return on investment for every gift you receive from a warm contact, you're looking at 4 approaches for every gift you receive. Whereas if you're going out cold, that's 1 in 12 to 1 in 15. So you can really see why fundraisers and people spend so much time on their prospect research, because it makes your job actually a lot easier when you start to fundraise. The other point to consider as well is that instead of talking about astronomy, and obviously at the OAD we talk about astronomy as a tool for development, we're not talking necessarily about astronomy. For example, if you are working on a STEM program for girls to keep girls in STEM education and to stay into school, that's actually a gendered issue. If you're looking at dark skies protection, that's actually a climate action issue. So you start to frame your message in a different way, and that actually opens up the door to many, many more funders. This is just a finite example of some of the potential that exists. There are many, many more prospects that you can be looking at in many different sectors, but this is just to give you a snapshot. One final thing one 2 more slides left. One thing I'm going to mention a bit more detail about is how do I raise core costs? This comes up a lot. Oh, core costs, it's not possible. It actually is possible. You can recoup core costs. Please just remember to always include a 15% admin charge on top of your application. And if a funder says, hey, you can apply for $100,000, that's actually $15,000 that needs to go towards your core costs and $85,000. Many institutions, if you're applying through your institutions, actually, there's very few who won't let you put that core cost in. If you're a charity, if you're operating as a non-profit organization, then this is something you should be doing as standard as well. And also find someone in your finance team to identify what salaries and costs you can include. And please read the rest of the slide later. And my final point to finish is just thinking about where other nonprofits can generate their income. So I focused on philanthropy, and my whole presentation focused on philanthropy, but there's a multitude of different ways you can do this from earned income. Another important aspect is coalition building and international development. So please do take this away and have a think about what you would like to do and what is possible for your organization. And my final thoughts are, there's some critical infrastructure questions always. What's the long-term vision and ambition for your organization? Do you need to consider being a separate entity, or is this something you can deliver through your institution? Are there tax considerations? Are you one-off? So finally, we do have all these resources available. My colleague Amin van der Walt, who's just started as the AFAS fundraiser, is based in Cape Town and at the GA. Please visit the website where all of this information is there and with more resources. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Genevieve. So I'll refer everyone to the Slack, as Genevieve has said. You can just go and watch the video and just follow the resources that she's provided. I'd like to thank you all for joining the session. Maybe you can just thank all the speakers for the session before we close. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you all next time. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's been a very, very hectic day today. The OAD session is packed with so many talks. So in the interest of saving time, I will like us to start now. And everyone who's outside will just have to catch up with us because otherwise we will run after 5 p.m. and I'd like for us to leave here by 5. Okay, so this session is mostly focusing on some of the interdisciplinary projects that we've had. And our first speaker for this afternoon session is Dr. Ashley Cooper, who is actually working with the Astronomy for Mental Health team. And we're looking into collaborating with how we can use astronomy for mental health. And she is online because she couldn't join us, but we hope you will have a lovely talk for us. Dr. Ashley Cooper.
Thank you so much. So like you said, I know you are pressed for time over there. I wish I was present, but I am zooming in from sunny South Florida. We've had some hurricanes here, so maybe not so sunny actually. And I'm just going to go ahead and make my screen bigger. I want to make sure we're in presentation mode and you can see. All right, I hope, are you able to see my screen, the PowerPoint? So I saw a little thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here for my my brief talk this morning. The title of what I'll be presenting is Astronomy and the Reduction of Anxiety with Digestible Astrophysics and Immersive Experiences, or what I'm starting to refer to a little bit as astrotherapy. Briefly, what I'll be talking about this morning will be anxiety, the current treatments that we are utilizing for anxiety, the research that I have piloted, some goals of this research, and we'll talk about where astrophysics and stargazing fit in, and then my conclusion. Briefly, I should introduce myself. I am an associate professor at Carlos Albizu University in Miami, Florida. And I'm also a licensed mental health counselor, so I keep a private practice as well. And that really served to be the inspiration for utilizing astronomy with mental health and seeing how it may or may not be able to reduce anxiety. So right now, what we're finding in the world is that anxiety diagnoses are above and beyond the most common form of mental illness. Approximately 301 million people are suffering with this condition, according to the World Health Organization. I can speak from, again, my practice that I keep a small practice, and then also when I was with larger institutions, anxiety, whether it be social anxiety, generalized anxiety, many different forms really have been ramping up. And this has been seen by far even more after 2020 with COVID. Mental health practitioners are constantly looking for new ways to treat clients that present with anxiety, but we're starting to run into a wall. There are many treatments that have been used and that are effective, but because we are seeing an increase in this diagnosis, we're finding that not all of the old methods and modalities to treat this are working as well. Some of the current treatments that we utilize within the therapeutic setting are cognitive behavioral therapy. This is the goal where we would change a maladaptive thought pattern that would create that feeling of anxiousness and reinforces behaviors that aren't exactly helpful. So we want to change those thought patterns. Another one that we use is called acceptance commitment therapy. And this is more so where the clinician would help their client to accept their thoughts and feelings, but help them remain in the present moment and find safety in that natural human existence and within that moment. One that's really gaining a lot of traction is that applied relaxation therapy. This could be in the form of mild meditation, deep breathing exercises, or just relaxing muscles in stressful situations. And often another treatment that we see, of course, is medication, which is very appropriate for some people not. And the most common form of medication for anxiety would be benzodiazepines that help that nervous system really relax when somebody's in a heightened and anxious state. Now, again, all of these still serve a place within the treatment of anxiety. However, we are constantly looking for new ways to treat that might be a little bit outside the box. With that being said, my current study that I've piloted with the help of Albizu University and my clinical site, Psychological Wellness Center, really aims to see if immersive experiences, such as stargazing for a selected period of time, combined with something I like to call digestible astrophysics. I say digestible because many of us, myself as a clinician, I'm not well-versed within astrophysiology, even astronomy. You know, I know they're used interchangeable. So keeping very short, easy to understand facts present for the client. We're seeing if the combination of these two will aid in the reduction of symptoms and severity of anxiety. The way that we're hoping to do this is to utilize the Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale, which helps to determine levels of anxiety, which are assessed in each participant pre and post exposure to the method. So before and after they do their stargazing and astrophysics fact sheet review. Then finally, the ratings from the scale will undergo a Pearson's correlational analysis to determine if the exposure model impacts the scores of participants' levels of anxiety. The goal of this, or one of the goals, is that the incorporation of this model, if successful, would be recommended into settings such as clinical practices as a part of homework. One of the things that we run into as clinicians is when our clients leave the office, they might feel great. They have that sense of euphoria after discussing things that are making them anxious. But once they get home and the few days after, until the next time they come back into therapy, their anxiety persists. So having homework exercises and things they're able to do flexibly, you know, in the comfort of their own setting is very, it's very ideal to help to reduce those symptoms of anxiety. They can use that independently. The overarching goal of this model would be to make it accessible for all, even people who might not currently be in therapy. This could be something where if we are able to prove it does indeed reduce those symptoms of anxiety, this could be recommended for anybody because there's really low risk. This is something anybody could do or utilize outside of their own homes or just in a dark lit area. Just a couple examples. I know the digestible astrophysics can be a little confusing with what I'm talking about there. And I wanted to give two small examples that will be on the fact sheets that we're building out. Something simple, such as 1.3 million Earths could fit into our sun. And then expanding upon that, that black hole, Abel 1202, fits a mass of 30 billion suns. So the aim in somebody researching that or just reading that would be to see how incredibly small we are, how our problems with money, with anxiousness about maybe doing a presentation, really is just so small in the grand scheme of things. We're looking for that awe-inspiring factor. Now, with that being said, this might not be a modality appropriate for everyone. While during these tests and in my own trial runs with clients of mine who have agreed to be my test subjects prior to the study kicking off, we're seeing that this is indeed helpful for anxiety. But for people who do have things like depression, major depressive disorder, this might actually have an adverse effect. And with that, we would want to look for other modalities to help treat them. Sometimes the idea of being so small when you're already in a depressive state might not be ideal for those clients. And then finally, the stargazing portion, which is recommended to do after reading the fact sheet, is just requesting that a client go outside on a clear night when we're not having hurricanes in South Florida, a clear night anywhere, for at least 10 minutes in a dark area, looking up, thinking about the fact sheet, thinking about how big the stars are, and then how small the stars are in comparison to the black holes. The ideal time spent outside looking at the stars would be about 30 minutes or more if possible. And what I love about this is that there's no equipment necessary. If a client can't afford a great phone with a zoom in lens or a telescope, they don't have access to that. People can do this anywhere. If you can see a sliver of the moon or of a star, then you can start to really conceptualize just how small we are in this vast universe that we're part of. And I'd like to leave you with a quote, of course, from Carl Sagan. We are representatives of the cosmos. We are given an example. We are an example of what hydrogen atoms can do, given 15 billion years of a cosmic evolution. Thank you very much. If you have further questions or comments on my study or inspiration for my study, please feel free to take down my email and reach out to me at any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Do we have any questions for Dr. Ashley Cooper? Okay, we have a question in the room.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Victoria Grimberg here. First of all, what an amazing study and what an amazing work. And especially this feeling of awe, looking at the incredible size of the universe. It's just like something that speaks to the depths of my soul and why I became an astronomer myself. But because I think this is super impressive, do you plan to publish that at some point soon? Because I would love to show that to people.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, thank you again, and that's a great question. Yes, when the study is finished and we've run all of our data, I do plan to publish. And I also plan to continue my work with the OAD and hopefully do some projects that expand upon this idea as well. And I hope you did take my email down. I would love to chat further about this. And I'm with you. It's if I could have done astronomy, I might have, but I don't know if my brain works that way. So I'm doing mental health with astronomy. So that's why I picked the brains of you fine people as well.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Well, if that's all, then let's thank the speaker once more, and then we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so up next we have a talk by Sandra Benitez, and it is focused on astronomy for mental health activities in Spain, supporting elderly people, refugees, and children. And this is actually one of the projects that got the flagship 2 going for the OAD. So Sandra will probably give you a background of how we actually got to this point.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be in this session, even if it is remotely. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I would like to basically present some of the activities that we have been doing, especially in this topic of astronomy for mental health here in Spain. It was great to listen to the previous talk by Dr. Cooper, and well, I don't need to go into details of why we find that astronomy has a great potential for mental health. This is something that we have been working on at the OED for already several years. We started with 2 remote fellows, our colleague Armine and myself, and Kevin, of course, and then other colleagues that joined, like Dominique Virtue, who probably you saw a talk from him this morning. And basically what Dr. Cooper was saying is that this feeling of awe, it can really have some impact, some benefits for our mental well-being. Some pilot studies show that it can increase positive emotions and attitude. It can bring strengthening of the self-esteem, the empathy, a feeling of enhancement in the quality of life, but also because it's combined with a place that usually it's out.
Ashley, you are muted and we can't see your slides anymore. Oh, no, not Ashley, Sandra. Sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I meant Sandra. My brain is just. Oh, okay. So unfortunately, we have just lost Sandra. So in the interest of saving time, I am so sorry, Vanessa, but you're up next now. Yeah, you're definitely up next now. I'm sorry. In the interest of saving time, our next speaker is Vanessa Moss, and she will be telling us about how we can have the connection between how we science with you and sustainable goals. And if we get Sandra back, we will then just move back to her.
Thanks, Joy. And thanks, everyone. So 7 minutes is a really short time, so we're going to get into it. I'm going to save the introduction. My introduction is in the Slack channel. It's really great to be here today, and it's been really awesome to be part of this GA, both online, in person, and everywhere. And so what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the connection of how we science, how we collaborate, and what that means for the Sustainable Development Goals and where we can go from here. I'm clicking the clicker. Okay. So very brief moment. I know this maybe. Let's go back to 2020. So think about February, March 2020 and sort of what that meant to you, what your year looked like. When I was in Australia at the time, we pretty much thought the apocalypse was fire. That was on everyone's mind because it was a really, really bad, unexpected fire season. That's a photo I took in my local area. They couldn't spell Tuesday, but they were right about catastrophic fire danger. Luckily, we weren't affected. But anyway, so that was 2020. And ironically, given what I'm going to talk to you about the rest of the talk, literally the last thing I did before COVID lockdown was fly back from Perth for a collaboration meeting. I was there for 2 weeks. I did a bunch of stuff. It was really great. I loved it. And the year looks like this, right? It was like there were conferences. This was our normal back then. You kind of question it. You think about, is this the only way to do things? But it's also back then, there was no alternative. It was sort of, this is how it worked. And I think that's actually one of the things that hopefully we can reflect on, is that we're not necessarily in the same place now that we were then. But that said, I don't know where I'm pointing this. That said, oh, that's cropped. Oh, okay, it's cropped on there. That's all right. It's fine there. It has actually been super amazing to be here, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have been part of the organizing committee, to come to Africa for the first time, to meet people, to play a small role, hopefully, in bringing some of all of the awesomeness here also to everyone around the world who's watching. Hello. And it is like there is a really important value to in-person interaction that we have to hold on to. But what we know about it, this is the plot on the left is from Andrea Gokas's paper. This was led by an initiative out of Astronomers for Planet Earth. And we know, so this was looking at 2019 conferences in astronomy. So before COVID, before we really stepped back and said, is this the only way to do things? That when we look at all of the attendance of all of the astronomy conferences in 2019, and we sort by Human Development Index, this is orders of magnitude, by the way. This is not a linear scale. This is the number of attendees as a function of Human Development Index. And the darker the plot is, the more carbon emissions that these people, these countries contributed. So this is something we know about in-person conferences. We don't really have the data yet for online, but we also know that it can be different, and we can start to measure it. There are new barriers that come up, but there are also different barriers that we're addressing when we go to online and hybrid. Yeah, so back to the apocalypse. So like I said, and we have to think about this, right? Like our ways of life probably have to change. We're looking at 1.5 degrees, that's probably happening. Like someone told me earlier this week, he thinks 3.5. I'm like, okay, that's a lot. I'll probably still be alive at that point. So this is something we need to think about. And this is a really good paper. I recommend reading it. It's from Social Sciences. It's called No Research on a Dead Planet. We found out about it through Astronomers for Planet Earth. You can read the quote, but basically it's saying we have a responsibility in academia to prepare our students for a future that looks pretty different to the future we might be envisioning right now. And so future proofing is really important. Doesn't have a lot of solutions, but it does eloquently very state the problem. So I very recommend reading that paper. And a question, is our old normal the right normal? Is this the only way to do things, or are there alternatives? So this is one of the questions we think about in TFOM. I am positive everyone here, even some people right now, have this feeling of what happens when you're not in the room. Like, what is the experience when you're the fly on the wall? Are there methods and approaches that we can take to try and do better here? And this is the Flash team. Look at Flash people over there. Hi, Flash team. And, can we actually genuinely be together with people, even when we're around the world? Can we have meaningful experiences that maybe don't exactly reproduce the in-person, but they go some of the way to building those relationships? So the Future of Meetings exists as a community to look into this, to advise people, to explore new technologies. We're a community of practice. Everyone's a volunteer. We're involved in this GA in various ways. You'll see some of us here in person and some of us online on the Slack in spatial. And everyone has a day job, and we're all doing this because we really feel like this is one way that we can help try, like the OAD, to make the world better to leave the world a little bit better than it was yesterday. So the connection to the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'd be interested to know if people agree, these are the ones we feel relate quite closely to how we collaborate, how we travel, how we work, whether we travel. If we think about being more distributed in our interactions, then we can start to address in different magnitudes a lot of these different ones. So why is this? This is because when you open up the world, when you reduce like some of the barriers to in-person interaction, we've seen a lot. There's been visa situations, funding, the ability to travel, caring, health, all of these things vary wildly depending on personal circumstances. And it's not just a case of the disadvantaged people can just be, you know, they cannot come in person. We actually have to also look at ways to bring everyone together regardless of where you're coming from too. Opportunity is often very tied to your location, your background. And so these are some of the things we can start to normalize if we go online more. It's more economically efficient. I think actually that might be one of the driving factors that we see over the next 5 years. But anyway, economy. Travel is a one-off expense. It's very valuable, but it's a one-off cost. Investing in technology, investing in the ability to collaborate regardless of, you know, where you are, that's something you can use again and again. The future of work is distributed. This is something that's not astronomy, it's not academia, it's worldwide. We know that it's going to be distributed. And the other reason is it empowers us to take action. So this book here that you see, this is a book we contributed to, led by Travis. And I know there's probably other people here who are aware of it and maybe involved. We contributed putting this in the right place. We contributed a chapter called The Future of Meetings, very creative. But anyway, that sort of captures a lot of our thinking, a lot of where we're going. And yeah, so anyway, I'd recommend checking out and let me know if you want a copy of the chapter. So when do we in person? This is just a summary. I mean, I encourage everyone to think about this. Think about if you're in the room, what are the experiences you've had so far that have been really valuable, like in person? Did they have to be in person? And those are the things we should try to hold on to as a community. But what are the things that maybe we could do better online, or we could look at alternatives online so that we maybe have the opportunity to travel less? And for those who don't believe me, like I've had so many great experiences online. I've built relationships online and only met people in person much later. Kevin being one of them, by the way. We crossed paths at an IAU meeting that was forced online in 2021, and that's literally why I'm here today. And so, yeah, so there are so many opportunities that go beyond Zoom. And if you want any advice on these, please come talk to us. And so one of those is spatial. We have a spatial booth. We have a spatial exhibit. Everyone has access, regardless if you're in person or online. I know everyone has internet, so please check it out. There's some online spatial events as well, and there's people to meet with. We're doing tours, and yeah, it's a really good place. And this is something that will also live beyond the GA or beyond your specific time here. So what's our future? We'll be thinking, after a year of a lot of conferences, we'll be thinking about what we do from here on that's going to have the most impact. And I'd be really interested to hear from you where you think, you know, if you have any ideas, probably not conferences, or at least not the same kind of conferences, but like, where can we help most? Where is our field needing the most help? We really are interested in mixed reality and VR. This is just a quote from one of my favorite papers from 1992. All the problems we think we faced in 2020, they were around in 1992 in the computer science community. They said, don't use Zoom, we used Zoom. Anyway, I recommend reading that paper, but it pointed out that the most value we can get is going beyond being there. We're not trying to reproduce in person. We're saying this is what in person is good for, and this is all the other stuff that is possible because we go online, because we use technology. So anyway, I like to think of 2020 as the year that showed even all the badness, lots of badness, but it did show us some of what could be, and it encouraged us to step back and challenge some of the status quo and really go towards the future. And so that's what we're doing, we're trying. And so I'm looking forward to talking to everyone online or in person about the future of meetings and any questions you might have in any way we can help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Do you have any questions for Vanessa? Wow. Waiting for you.
Vanessa, I think what you're doing is fantastic, but I'm sure that not everybody shares our vision, and there will be, and there has been, a lot of resistance to the idea of putting meetings online exclusively and not necessarily hybrid. Could you maybe talk about ways that people who are trying to advocate this could overcome those people who are maybe putting up objections to it?
Yeah, I've joked to a couple of people, we're going to have an existential crisis workshop for TFOM next year, because we're in the same thing. Like, how do you change? Because so people tend to see it as a taking away. It's like, we're losing something, we're losing in person, and you are losing some opportunities if you went exclusively online. I think hybrid is not the solution, because hybrid creates two classes, and no matter how good you do it, no matter how much we try with technology and everything, it's still two classes of attendance. I think my sense right now is we probably need to look at what can we offer that's additional. So, you know, maybe we can't change the existing meetings right away. Maybe we can't convince them. Maybe some of them can commit to going online every second year. That's already a 50% improvement. And then for the rest, we say, all right, well, what can we do online that is really going to demonstrate its power? And we work with the groups who want to make that happen and showcase it. Because we've seen that when you try to change existing meetings, when they come with a lot of historical baggage, they have a lot of expectations, this is how it's done, it's pretty hard to do that. But if you say, look, this is what online and technology are good at, this is what we can achieve, then there's a much blanker space to work in. So that's my sense right now, but really it's a hard question. So we should talk a lot about that.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. Do you have any other questions for Vanessa?
I'll be on the Slack too, so if you want to post a question there, I'll go check it.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa. Let's thank our speaker once more again. So we have Sandra back online again. We will try this one more time. Sandra. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I hope you can hear me. And are you looking at the slides?
Yes, we can see your slides. Just make it full screen.
Okay, it's full screen for me now.
No, on our side,
No?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me try something else. I apologize for this. Okay, I hope it works. Is it working now?
We're still waiting. No, we can't see your slides. It's just blank.
So frustrating. Let me try once more. If not, I can maybe just say some words and then I will put the slides in Slack.
Okay.
Let's see if this works.
Okay, everyone in the room says they're happy with the way it looks now, so you can just go ahead.
Okay, I'm really sorry about that. Well, I just wanted to present very briefly the activities we have been doing in this field of astronomy for mental health in Spain. This is a work that we started with Kevin Governor and the colleagues of the Astronomy for Mental Health group in Cape Town. And I'm very sad that I cannot be there actually to see them in person. It has been already discussed by Dr. Cooper and others, the impact that astronomy can have for mental health, which is usually very significant, although some more studies need to be done and conducted, but already some initiatives, pilot initiatives show that stargazing or engaging in the contemplation of the starry sky, or even talking about astronomy, can really increase the positive emotions, can have people feeling that their quality of life is enhanced, can also bring relaxation and a loss of time and temporary escape. So it can really contribute to recovery from stress, mental fatigue, increased tranquility. And this is something that we are really trying to explore here in Spain with a particularly vulnerable group, which is the elderly. Especially after the pandemic, this group was especially afraid to go starting normal life, to go out. There has been a lot of fake news about this virus, so they were not feeling comfortable doing any social activity, and this meant that they were more and more isolated with time. So we proposed a series of talks about astronomy with the goal of inspiring them, motivating them, knowing about a new field, but also going back to physical activities and hopefully contributing to the mental well-being of this population. So we did astronomy talks, very digestible, very simple and very divulgative, with colleagues from the Spanish Astronomical Society. So more than 20 astronomers participated on the initiative. And we also conducted some evaluations, very preliminary, with some questions about how they felt in the personal side, if they felt they were feeling more active, or if they have noticed any personal growth and enrichment after the talks, if the self-esteem had also been improved in some way. So very general questions, and we got very positive results. Many of the participants said that it was not only inspiring, but the fact that they were actually going outside their daily life, their problems, their struggles, made them happier and really made them to have a more positive feeling towards their own life. So they felt this curiosity and this humbleness that astronomy can provide you, and it really impacted in a beneficial way. We have published this in the astronomical, in the CAP, in the Communication for Astronomical Public Journal, and it's available for you if you want to read more about it. We have also done this kind of activities with refugees over the past 3 summers. There's Sahrawi refugees that come always in the summer to spend 2 months in Spain, and we have already got funding to do this within the Amanar project, but we specifically have designed these activities to have this kind of astronomy for mental health angle. So this really a memorable activity for them that then can also kind of make them escape of the conflict that these young people are suffering in the refugee camps. And what we are doing right now is to work with a mindfulness association, Iracara, here in Spain, that brings together neuroscientists and psychologists in order to be able to measure the impact of these activities in a more consistent way. We have already done some pilots with them. And another project that we are now starting in September is with hospitals that host children with cancer. They are trying to humanize these spaces where the children spend a lot of hours during the day, and they want to have astronomy as a main topic. And of course, we are going to support that with different kind of activities that can also be very playful, and that maybe the kids there can feel that they can, again, escape through the wonders of astronomy and the universe, their harsh reality. And we also plan to do a study in parallel with the experts that I was mentioning before to see how this works. The tools that we already have published are the mental health, astronomy for mental health guidelines. You can find them online. They were put together by all the colleagues that are working on the astronomy for mental health group. And as I mentioned, we also have a CAP journal with some of the work that Dominique has been doing in South Africa, Armine in her country, and myself in Spain. So I hope all these resources are useful. And this is a living document that is we want to invite everyone that is working on this field to actually contribute to it. So please contact us. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra.
And sorry for the technical issues.
Actually, if it's possible, could you share your slides on Slack, because we can follow properly, and I'm sure people would like to have a look at them on their own. Do we have any questions for Sandra? Any questions? Do we have any hands online, tech team? No questions? Okay, let's thank Sandra once more again.
Thank you. I will share my slides in Slack. Thank you all. Have a great session.
Okay, then our next speaker now is Rosa Maria. She's also online, and the talk will be about the impact of hands-on and eyes on the sky activities after 15 years of NASE.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much in order to invite us for participation. And I hope that you can see the PowerPoint. A moment, I would like to share the screen, full screen. Is now, it's possible, okay?
Yes, it's full screen.
Sorry. Well, this is a summary of the activities developed by NASE, Network for Astronomy School Education, for 15 years. Well, our approach to astronomy is from STEAM point of view, because we know that normally students are not very motivated in science in general, and then astronomy is interesting for them, and we can use this opportunity that they love astronomy in order to introduce mathematics, science, and technology in general. Our approach is for teachers. Then we are especially sensitive to introduce a didactical approach, okay? Then in general, we try to use hands-on activities with very cheap and simple materials that all the people can find in their countries. Well, the idea is to invite the teachers that they use astronomy in their contents. If a mathematical teacher, for instance, could be very useful for him or for her to use astronomy of position. For a physics teacher, maybe astrophysics, etc. Then the idea is that we can introduce. Basically, we work at secondary school, but in some cases also we have participants from primary school, and in other countries, well, it's possible that we work in the basic first cycle of university. We have a certification of quality management system by ISO, especially in learning service for non-formal education and training. This is our area where we are working for many, many years. And this kind of international standard, sure, was very useful for us in the idea to organize a serious strategy, the vision of the project, to adapt our project with a very specific assessment and evaluation. And in general, we believe that our courses increase in quality with this help. Well, in this moment, we are working from 2009 in the General Assembly in Rio de Janeiro. We begin to work just now. We organized 422 courses. They are translated in 27 different languages because we teach in the language of the country. And we have 97 local working groups, because the method or the methodology of NACE is to create a group in each one country, in some countries more than one. And these local members of NACE, they are the instructors for the different activities that they organize. We are working in 74 countries. This is a lot of countries in the world. And we have a distribution by different continents that you can see here. We begin mainly in America because it was easy, because with a couple of languages, you have practically all the continents. In other continents, the process is not so easy. Then what are doing the local groups? That they organize courses, seminars, workshops. They prepare also more specific local materials, because our materials are adapted always to the particularities of the country, also the cultural approach related to astronomy. And we try to work when it's possible with governments in order to participate in curricular changes in these cases. I have here several pictures about our courses in different countries. They are very, very practical in all the cases, because we want that they are doing, and teachers are doing the activity that after they do it with the students that they have in their schools. We are working practically in all the continents. There are 46 IAU members and more than 900 volunteers. They are teachers or members of planetarium staff or university teachers, professors or amateurs. In total, more than 1,000 volunteers. These days, these numbers are from December 2023, because we count all the statistics only at December of each one year. Then just now we have practically 15,000 participants. And we believe that one teacher have 100 or 200 students per year. We contact with 5 or 10 million of students. This is some statistics about our numbers, and especially I would like to mention that the pandemic process was positive for us because we increased our activities, especially with courses in line. That was our first occasion, but face-to-face was absolutely impossible, as you know. Also, we have several projects every year connected with the UNESCO about different topics that we organize. For instance, you have here one example of the power of the sun that we organize in the middle of the street, and the people participate in these activities. Also, blind people participate in this case. Other was about the latitude of the place and how to was the process to discover of different areas in the earth. Last year we worked about micrometeorites. It was a very, very fantastic result with a lot of members. And this year we have a challenge measure in order to promote observation by students, that they can take photos or make pictures about their observations. Also, we have here some examples of use and impact after our courses, and in order to know what is the process and the utility of our courses, we have three kinds of evaluation. One is the satisfaction survey that we have after each course, and you can see the results in the website. We organize also an evaluation pre and post the course in order to compare the results. And also we have an evaluation over time after 1 or 2 or 3 years finished the course, in order to know what is the process of use of this. Here we have several examples about this. Is, for instance, the results about the level of the course. Here is about the utility. You can see that in red is very, very useful, yellow useful, and in blue not very useful. There are very small quantity. And here is one evaluation pre-post, and you can see that at the beginning they know the orange, and when finish the course they know the blue, and then in general the level increase very much. Also, we have some questionnaire about the approach after several years. Here I have, for instance, the results about our activities related to cultural astronomy. We believe it is important that they feel that astronomy is part of their life and part of their culture. That was the ancestors that used several ideas on astronomy that we continue using currently. And this is the connection map of NACE. And I would like to invite you, if you want to participate in NACE with us, or you want to give more information, to contact with myself or with Beatriz Garcia, that she is the Vice President of NACE. Thank you very much for your attention, and I don't know if we have time for some questions or not. Sorry, I don't know.
Thank you, Rosa. We can take one question.
Okay.
Do you have a question for Rosa? Oh, okay, we do have one question.
Hi, Rosa. Thanks for your beautiful talk. I saw on the map where the NACE activities are in North Africa. So you have Egypt. So which places did you collaborate with? Thank you.
In Egypt, we work with the university in Al Cairo and with different people there. But my main contact is Dr. Somaya Saad. I don't know if you know her. But if you are from Egypt and you are interested to work with us, you are welcome. And it will be a pleasure for me to invite you to participate in the following courses. This year we organized 2 courses in Egypt. one about astrophysics, the other about astrobiology. And we have one course in astronomy that will be finished in October. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's thank our speaker one more time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have our next speaker, who is Miwat Shamshad, and he will be talking about Astrophys Quench, unlocking potential through STEM exposure for underdeserved and underrepresented community, and he is online.
Hi, thank you. I hope my presentation is in the presenting mode.
Yes, it is, but you're a bit soft. I don't know if it's in the room. Is it them? Okay, so I don't know, your sound is very low, but we can see your slides.
All right. So hello, everyone. I am Mirut from Pakistan, and today I'll be talking about my project, Astrophy Quench, which was funded by OAD, and it focuses on the skill development of underserved and underrepresented communities. So I will talk about the activities that encompass equity, inclusion, and diversity. And the core objectives aim to empower girls to foster science identity in underrepresented groups through informal STEM engagements. So during the project, a number of blended learning activities were aligned that range from introduction to astronomy using online telescope, hands-on SIM Atlas detector model, virtual visit to an international light source synchrotron, scientific research experience on soil study, international guest speaker session, and astronomical observation sessions with a local observation collaboration. So the project activities started by arranging timer sessions for school admin and the students. Here, the main target audience were underprivileged orphan students from conflict-affected areas, and the other major audience were students from a community that is based in the remote mountainous regions of Pakistan. So in the kickoff activity, the students at the orphanage utilized telescopes from Canary Islands and Chile Observatory through the online platform SLU. They took real-time images of celestial objects by scheduling missions, keeping in mind the daily and seasonal visibility. After which they engaged in interactive quests. Well, I would like to mention here that a single online quest, which could be completed in a day, took us 4 to 5 days, as students have to work on turns because of limited devices, access to internet, and frequent power outages. So on completion of each activity, a discussion board was utilized, encouraging students to share their experience, which served as informal feedback for the activity. So after each class, the students have their infographic posters ready with their personalized observations. And later, after all these activities, the students gain soft skills and they learn how to work in a team settings. So the months-long work culminated with a display for peers and school staff. The second targeted audience were schools from 3 locations of remote mountainous regions of Pakistan. Virtual sessions were conducted about the online telescopes, and almost 500 students participated in these virtual sessions. So for the in-person sessions, we took off the road, traveling to the Himalaya, Hindu Kush, and Karakoram ranges to reach Gilgit and beyond. During face-to-face interaction in one of the mountainous regions of Gilgit, students had a hands-on experience on online telescope. And one of the project STEM ambassador from the same region was also there to facilitate the session. So, in-person sessions at 2 other districts of the remote mountainous regions, Sherkala and Karimabad, were also conducted. And the progress, though, with these schools remained very slow due to the lack of stable internet and free access to computers. And Just to gauge the impact of these engagements, we conducted the surveys before and after each activity. So coming to our survey data, about 95% of the students expressed familiarity with the online telescope after the project. The targeted audience expressed a 13% gain in their astronomy knowledge. 50% showed an interest in astronomy using online telescope. About 3% showed confidence in communicating learned concepts. And 38%.
Hello, old friends and new colleagues. I'm really
Right. So the major challenge faced by students was limited internet access, difficulty in taking time out with regular school studies, and lack of access to devices. So the second activity was aimed at elevating the knowledge of particle physics and its connection to the universe. Primer online session with higher secondary students of the remote regions were conducted. And here later during in-person session, students were engaged in hands-on activity of the CERN's Large Hadron Collider Atlas model. So a sampling and building model was aimed to help them understand engineering connections and the appreciation of the world, which is done at large research facilities. After the final assembly, the students displayed their work to peers and teachers, and they gave presentations. Later on, to emphasize on girls' education, a scientist was connected from ICTP who eloquently talked about the opportunities available for women and the role they are playing in the realm of scientific fields. So again, coming on to the survey, after the activity, 62% showed satisfaction with the activity. 28% express improving concepts of particle physics, which is a 46% gain from their initial response. And the 62% consider improvement in their collaboration skills. 65 here. So 65% would consider recommending this experience to others. Our third engagement of the project was a primer session on light source synchrotron, and the students were given insight by Canadian Light Source for a high school students to introduce them to an immersive research environment. Later, a two-day remote engagement was organized, which was aimed to give a virtual tour to the facility, introduction to the beamlines, and also a career talks were given by the facility staff. So through Light Source, student experience, science curriculum was connected with the scientific research in the fields of the health, agriculture, and environment and materials. Students gained the experience of research environment by analyzing the data for soil samples. So coming to the survey result, 89% students found the experience interesting. 72% felt fairly confident to explain learned concept. 81% were able to understand the process for the soil research. And about 90% are interested to engage in future projects in CLS. So project was aimed at empowering females. 3 undergrad girl students were trained as STEM ambassadors. In-house, online, and in-person guiding sessions were conducted with them on different agendas. And they were given STEM experience, and they were encouraged to write blogs, which helped them develop their communication and collaboration skills. STEM ambassadors have blogged about the project, and that is published on OAD page. The STEM ambassadors have also created a YouTube channel to publish the content that is created by the targeted audience. So listed here are a few challenges which were encountered while conducting the activity. That is the slow internet connectivity, limited device, prolonged power outages, etc. So despite the challenges, many students are continually using the online telescope and reaching out to the celestial world even after the culmination of the project. And here I would like to mention one of the students from these schools who is at the number 3 position on the SLU student leaderboard during the month of May with over 19,000 gravity points. And he continues to grow his potentials for space studies, having 24,000 gravity points as of August. And this is one of the student observation on the Pluto from remote regions, which is recognized as the work of the month on the online telescope website. And here is another student spotlight from the school in Islamabad. I hope that this project will continue to inspire the students to excel in their future fields. So after the termination of the project, we plan to create a dedicated astronomy club at schools, selecting astro guides among community students, making a dedicated web portal for the project, employing fresh STEM graduates to run a similar project for the entire year. And here, I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much. Do we have, okay, we have one question and we'll just take this one question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the talk. This is Salman Hamid. I'm also from Pakistan, and one question and one connection. I would love to talk to you because we are also creating astronomy resources in Urdu and in English over there as well. My question is that, and there is also, I just wanted to introduce, there is also PAMS, Pakistan Alliance for Math and Science, and they also do similar work. So my question was this done with the government, or what organization was this done under in Pakistan?
Yeah, all right. I guess you need no mention. I know you already, and I'm already a fan of your astronomy-related videos that you are making for Pakistani students. And definitely we'll get in touch. And coming back to the question, this is not run by any government. This is basically, I myself is an educator, and I started this project solely on my own shoulders. Initially, it was on an online platform where I engaged different audiences to connect, to have some informal engagements. And later on, this project was funded by Office of Astronomy for Development, and all the mentioned activities were conducted under the patronage of the funds given by the OAD.
Thank you so much. Let's thank the speaker one more time and then.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Beatrice Mingo, and she will be telling us about astronomers for planet Earth, and she's also online. We can see your slides, it's just the sound that needs to.
There we go. Sorry about that. Hello. Thank you very much for hosting me. I wanted to thank the organizers. My name is Beatrice Mingo. I am a postdoctoral researcher, a research fellow at the Open University in the UK. And today I wanted to tell you a little bit about Astronomers for Planet Earth, which is an organization focused on tackling the climate crisis from an astronomical perspective. And it's floating here over a beautiful space view of South Africa. So why do we need something like Astronomers for Planet Earth? There are multiple reasons, obviously. The first one perhaps is that as astronomers, we have a very unique, a very global perspective on our planet and how fragile the ecosystems that sustain it all really are and how interconnected, how interlinked they are. As researchers, educators, and science communicators, we are invested in the future of our planet, the future of our people on our planet, and the future of our field. And we are also uniquely placed to communicate these ideas on a large scale. We also have a big responsibility to talk about climate change because we have a larger carbon footprint than the average person. Some studies done in Europe estimate these to be between a factor of 2 and 6, depending on the country. And this is obviously due to what the sort of energy infrastructure is in the country, how much of it is fossil fuel powered. But our work obviously relies very heavily on facilities which are very large, very remote, very energy intensive. We also carry out a lot of computing, which is again very energy intensive, and we travel a lot for work, for observations, for conferences, and so on. So we have a big responsibility to tackle this and to minimize our carbon footprint. And obviously I'm joking here, but even if you don't care about these two issues, surely you care about your data. Our observatories are already being affected by climate change. The quality of our observations is getting worse as there are changes to the atmosphere. There have already been several wildfires affecting observatories. All of these are obviously exacerbated by climate change. And the countries and the workers where many of our observatories are located, which are, in remote areas, and many of them in the global south, are being disproportionately affected. So I have taken this screenshot of our website because I think it summarizes really well who Astronomers of Planet Earth really are. We are effectively an international grassroots movement that is composed of people from all sorts of backgrounds. We have astronomy students, educators, amateurs, and scientists, and we all have the common goal of trying to address the climate crisis from an astronomical perspective. A4E was founded in 2019 when astronomers from Europe and the US effectively exchanged ideas and decided to combine forces to found this and to try and work together. And in the present day, there's about 2,000 of us spread around 76 countries. We're also now a registered charity in Germany and in the US as of last year. And again, another screenshot from the website, because I think it summarizes really well what we do. These are some of the activities and some of the resources we produce. Because of our very wide base, because of our very varied base, we all do different things. Some of us focus on research, for example. We publish papers and newspaper articles and just articles in general, focused on quantifying carbon footprints of astronomy infrastructures, of astronomy institutes, of telescopes, space telescopes, for example. We try to ways and strategies to minimize this carbon footprint. Some of us develop teaching materials, and these range from materials aimed at children or primary school children or secondary school students, but also university students, and ways to incorporate discussions about the climate crisis in university settings. Some of us are very involved in public engagement. For example, we have planetarium shows, we have invited talks, and we do talks in various places to communicate these issues and our perspective to the public. We also organize meetings. We had a very successful symposium, international symposium in 2022, which was held online, and it had about 600 registered attendees. And we released videos and materials and even a paper as an outcome of it. And we also work closely with organizations, both like national organizations, astronomical societies, large international consortia, and even governments, to try and develop policy to measure our carbon footprint, to tackle the climate crisis in ways that directly affect us. Here's a link to our YouTube channel, by the way, if you want to see any of our videos. Obviously, our work synergizes really well with the work of the OAD. We all believe that sustainability, inclusion, and social justice are interlinked. You just cannot separate them. You cannot, try to prop one up without propping the others. And we know that things like climate change need both global and local solutions. Some of the approach needs to be done on a regional, on a very small scale basis, and some of it does need coordination between different countries on a global scale. It's also an undeniable fact that the countries that are underrepresented in the global astronomy community and in our A4E membership are disproportionately affected by climate change. This map here is from January this year, and it shows where our members come from. We are heavily biased towards Europe and North America, which, in a way, it's not bad because these are some of the most polluting countries that do need to reduce their carbon footprint. But obviously, we are very underrepresented in some areas, particularly the global south and the east. And these countries need representation. We would like to welcome all of you to contribute your ideas, to feed from our own ideas, and to collaborate to try and make astronomy more sustainable. We all believe that astronomy and education are crucial tools for sustainable development, and I mean sustainable in every way here. So if you want to find out more, well, there's many of us here at the meeting. You can talk to any of us on Slack. I think Andrea and Leo are online at the moment in this session. There's a few other names here, and we also work very closely with the TFOM team. Vanessa and Rika, you probably have heard from them. Vanessa presented earlier and in fact introduced some of these ideas. They've been key to the success and to the organization of this meeting. This is our website. If you want to join us, you will receive a regular newsletter. We have a blog. We have projects that you can contribute in, or you can even start your own. We discuss lots of things in Slack. We're very active, actually. We're fairly productive. You can get access to all of our resources, produce your own, your name to our team and to our public page. And I have also added a couple of slides that I'm not going to read through, just showing you some of the recent work that has been led by members of A4E, just to show you, the kind of things we do and the fact that we really are very productive, and some further reading on things that are related to the topic of sustainability in astronomy. So I'll put the slides on Slack so you can all see them. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Do you have any questions for Beatrice? We'll take one question. No? Okay, thank you very much, Beatrice. So our next speaker is George Miley. He is a friend of the OED. He has a pre-recorded talk, but then we will have opportunity to ask him questions if we have any. Could you please play the video for us? Thank you.
Hello, old friends and new colleagues. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you in person today. Also, this is the first time I've recorded a PowerPoint as a video, so please bear with me if it goes wrong. In the next 15 minutes, I'll try and convince you that very long baseline interferometers are exceptional platforms for stimulating capacity building, and suggest that during the next decade, the LOFAR telescope could be made into an inspiring facility that would connect science with development, innovation, and society. The very special aspect of interferometers is that unlike most other international scientific facilities, the collaboration depends on the mutual interdependence of partner stations for which national borders are irrelevant. This is pretty unique. They are therefore outstanding platforms for stimulating capacity building and exchanges. The LOFAR Global Citizenship Array, GLORE, would be a new type of facility in which LOFAR will be extended from its present pan-European baselines to North Africa, the Middle East, and West Asia. It will become the Hubble or Euclid telescope of low-frequency astronomy. Perhaps most important is that some or all of the LOFAR antenna stations will be built into local innovation hubs. These will be dynamic engines for national and international capacity building by exploiting multidisciplinary applied research, education, and science diplomacy. Here you see the present pan-European LOFAR, 14 stations stretching from Ireland to Latvia. Unlike SCA-1, the telescope provides sub-arc second resolution over wide fields at low radio frequencies. Although it was funded through development funds and not through science, it's both a complement to and a pathfinder for SCA-1. Low-frequency radio astronomy results in huge fields of view, but it's plagued by atmospheric irregularities that vary over the observed fields. Imaging with high angular resolutions at low frequencies is extremely difficult. However, techniques have been developed for LOFAR recently that can cope with this. Here is a deep LOFAR field several degrees wide, for which images have recently been produced with sub-arc second resolution for sources over the whole field. GLORE would combine cutting-edge science with pragmatic development. The longer baselines would result in increased angular resolution by a factor of 2 to 3. Combined with many additional stations, this would make GLORE the low-frequency radio telescope with the ultimate combination of high angular resolution, sensitivity, and dynamic range. Simultaneously, by converting the LOFAR stations into a network of innovation hubs for advancing the SDGs and stimulating local capacity building, GLORE would connect inspirational science with pragmatic, innovative development. Now, from the outset, an important strength of LOFAR has been its capacity for extension by adding additional stations. Each extra antenna station costs a few million €. Here you see the present location of LOFAR stations in black. In red, you see some examples here of where new GLORE stations might go. GLORE stations could also be co-located with next generation SKA2 mid outrigger stations. Recently, groups in Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt have expressed interest in being involved if the GLORE project goes ahead. Why would GLORE be such a unique and fundamentally important facility for astronomy? Isn't the square kilometer array enough for you radio astronomers? No, it's not. This is because of the need for high resolution combined with sensitivity at low frequencies. The low frequency part of SK1 in Australia, when it's completed, will be fantastic, but only for a limited range of specialized projects. The angular resolution of SK1 low will be orders of magnitude lower than most present forefront astronomical facilities, such as JWST, HST, ALMA, Euclid, NGVLA, and SKA mid. It will therefore be a poor match and inadequate for multispectral studies of interactions between the many constituents of galaxies, AGN stars, and exoplanets. This is despite the fact that multispectral studies are becoming more and more the food of modern observational astronomy. The next slide shows an example in which more and more galaxy formation and evolution, to understand it, you really have to look at how the different constituents interact. And there's more and more evidence that this interaction plays a huge role in the evolution over cosmic time. I'll now switch gears from astronomy to the mission of the innovation hubs. I don't need to tell you how astronomy can be used to advance the SDGs. GLORE would emphasize SDG 4.7, the theme of globalism. To me, this is an overarching SDG that has become crucial for our survival, given the direction in which the world has been heading during the past few years. First, there are several areas of applied science relevant to the SDGs that are closely connected with low-frequency astronomy and which LOFAR has been active in. Some of these would be obvious areas of GLORE applied scientific research. There is the sun and its influence on the Earth. There is our ionosphere, space weather, and the properties of lightning, just to name a few. Besides high angular resolution diagnostics, GLORE would provide increased latitude and diverse climate coverage, as well as providing a way in which local scientists and engineers could innovate specific small research projects of local interest. But there are also new important areas of multidisciplinary applied research that the International GLORE infrastructure network and advanced imaging technology could help advance. Some of these are particularly important for the earthquake-prone Mediterranean region. These include seismology, VLBI geodesy, and meteorology. There are also local societally important activities, including medical imaging, that could benefit from applying advanced radioastronomical imaging techniques. One of the most important goals of GLORE would be to promote education with a cosmic tint, from the cradle to the grave. I can think of no better advocate for astronomy as an educational tool, particularly here in Cape Town, than the most distinguished previous South African Foreign Minister and Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Pandor.
Astronomy a priority science mission for South Africa. Astronomy is proving to be an important instrument for science education in terms of the excitement it generates among our youth. Which young person doesn't want to discover a star? Which young person doesn't want to have a star named after them? Which young person doesn't want to be the first to see that particular galaxy? So we are really thrilled that this science of astronomy can be a boost, a foundation for building the level of science interest and career that we want to see in our country. So we were really well. If our scientists and engineers are working with teams in Ghana, then we have colleagues from Ghana coming to South Africa, they get training, we train more engineers, they go back and work on their instrumentation, and so we are expanding human capacity on the African continent and ensuring that South Africa plays its full and proper role in the development of Africa and doesn't only become a drain on the continent, but actually provides capacity to ensure that Africa develops in its entirety.
Education with a cosmic tint would be stimulated in the region around the GLORE stations at all levels, particularly among young children. The idea would be to inspire and induce a sense of perspective at the age when a child's value system is forming, and to sow the seeds of a future scientific or technical career. Activities such as virtual internet, exchanges between classes and teachers of children at all ages can help foster such activities. The organization and management of the radio astronomy and innovation hubs aspects of GLORE could be led from separate locations. Developing the GLORE network of innovation hubs will be an obvious role for the OAD. With appropriate funding, the OAD, together with local stakeholders, could have a key leadership role in setting them up and cooperating them. The last, but certainly not the least important goal of the GLORE Innovation Hubs will be to help advance science diplomacy. For most politicians, astronomy is a non-threatening discipline. Here's an example of VLBI science diplomacy in one of the iciest periods of the Cold War, which I well remember that an atomic clock was transported from the USA to the Soviet Union to measure the radio sizes of quasars. This brought American and Soviet scientists together, filtered through to the politicians, and contribute to a thaw in East-West relations. There are also very good historical and practical reasons for using GLORE to build a geopolitical bridge around the Mediterranean between Europe, North Africa, the Middle East and West Asia, including the large migrant communities that have travelled between GLORE countries. Now I'll leave you with a few thoughts. First, I hope to have demonstrated that VLBI is a unique platform on which to develop an international capacity building network. This goes beyond just GLORE. Secondly, GLORE would combine inspirational science with innovative development, building on and extending the marvelous work pioneered by South Africa during the past decades. Thirdly, GLORE could provide a physical link with SKA2 MID and bring North Africa into the forefront of the radio astronomical family. Fourthly, by starting from and exploiting the existing LOFAR infrastructure, GLORE could be a cost-effective way of building the ultimate high-sensitivity, high-resolution, low-frequency radio telescope. Such a facility is urgently needed to complement the much more expensive existing high-resolution space telescopes for other spectral windows. Fifthly, now I'm going to say something way above my pay grade that'll probably get me into trouble. Given the worsening climate for pure science funding, I have grave doubts as to whether a justification based on radio astronomy alone will be enough to secure the large amount of funds needed to build the unfunded second stage of the square kilometre array. This will be particularly difficult for obtaining national funds to be spent far away from the countries that are expected to foot the bill. Something additional is needed. Finally, I remind you that ever since prehistoric times, astronomy has interacted closely with society and has been a key player in the development of civilization. Advances in astronomy that have occurred in my lifetime through opening the electromagnetic spectrum have been consequences of hot or cold wars or preparing from them. If astronomers don't do as much as they can to stimulate globalism and innovation needed for the survival of our planet, who will? Astronomy has developed radically in the 3 decades since the square kilometre array was conceived. And as noted on the SKA website, it is time to re-examine the post-SKA1 strategy. I humbly suggest to the powers that be that as part of the strategic planning, a non-committal design study of GLORE be set up to look into its feasibility as a second generation SKA low for the 2030s, in parallel or instead of SKA2 low south in Australia. Given that SKA is an intergovernmental organisation, the strategic review would naturally take geopolitical considerations into account. Again, thanks for listening to me, and my apologies again for not being with you in person.
Thank you, George. Do we have any questions for George Miley? Oh, okay. We'll take these 2 hands and then.
Hello, this is a slightly nerdy engineering question, not an engineer, but how to get the time synchronization between the different stations, is it really necessary to transport a cesium clock or something, or a hydrogen maze or whatever, or could it be done by White Rabbit across existing internet, fiber optics, or would even enhancement of current GPS be sufficient?
Well, it's being done at the moment for 2,000 kilometers, 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers throughout Europe by having the signal, an accurate timing of the signal, and then bringing the signals together for correlation at a central point. So that would not be a problem. Computing would be something that, if you have many more stations, that's something that would be very demanding. But on the other hand, the whole computer speed and storage is improving so much and so quickly that this is something that would have to be investigated in the design study. But I'm not an engineer either.
Hi, George. This is Renee here. I have a question for you.
Hi, Renee.
We already talked about this project, and it's clear that the development benefits would be huge and very broad. But would it not also be of interest, or have you considered actually presenting this at something like the Division B meeting, where you have new technologies and facilities to actually get the more technical people on board? Because I think it's an easy sell to people who are interested in science for development and education and whatever, all of the things we're discussing here. Thank you.
Well, I think that would have been a good thing to do. But since I wasn't coming in person to the GA, and I was invited to give a talk to the OAD session, I gave it here. But I think the next stage is to try and get many more people on board, both in the LOFAR community and in the SKA community, and eventually come from the bottom, so that the square kilometer array strategic planning will take this into account.
Thank you so much, George. Let's thank the speaker one more time. Okay, so we are definitely running late, but bear with us. We're just in the last few talks of the day, and then we'll end the session. So up next, we have Naruj, who will be talking about the Hanley Dark Sky Reserve in India, socioeconomic development using science tourism. Naruj, you have 7 minutes. 7.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me share my screen. First, I'm really sorry I'm not there in person. Can you see my screen properly? Can I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay, yeah, I'm really sorry I'm not there in person. I'm going to talk about the Hanley Dark Sky Reserve in India. This is a huge project done with a large number of collaborators. Some of them are mentioned here on the slide, but it also includes the entire staff of the observatory, the local communities, and the Ladakh government. The Indian Institute of Astrophysics, where I work in Bangalore, operates an observatory in Hanley in Ladakh. Ladakh is in the north, in the Himalayas, just east of Kashmir. The observatory itself, one of the highest in the world. It operates currently 2 optical NIR telescopes, 2 Cherenkov telescopes, and many more are being planned. It's the eastern Ladakh, where Hanley is the darkest region in India. It has fairly good seeing. It has a large number of clear cloudless nights, and therefore many other institutions apart from us are also interested to put up telescopes there in the future, and therefore it's worth preserving the dark skies there, which was the original motivation for us to start something called the Hanley Dark Sky Reserve, which has grown into something much bigger than what we had anticipated. The Hanley Dark Sky Reserve is inside the wildlife sanctuary. It's centered around observatory and was notified by the government of India in December 22, or around 1,000 square kilometer area. It's a joint partnership between our own institute, the local government, as well as the local communities. The local communities are Tibetan Buddhists. They were nomadic herders who settled in around 6 villages around our observatory less than 20 years ago. And the main employment, which is very seasonal, is tourism in the other parts of Ladakh, as well as road construction and the army. It's a breathtakingly beautiful place, as you can see here, and I welcome all of you to come and visit us anytime you want to. It's a brilliant place to come and visit. I have talked elsewhere in other forums, some of you might have been there earlier, about the operational details of Hanley Dark Sky Reserve, how we run it and so on. But in this talk, I will focus more on the developmental aspects, and in particular, how we're trying to move from astrotourism into more science tourism or sustainable science tourism mode. And I'm really happy that at least a couple of speakers in the session earlier today had mentioned science tourism, and I'll be talking a little bit about that as well. And I'll do this by focusing on 6 specific sustainable development goals of the UN. The first, of course, is the fact that our astrotourism is not done by the astronomers, that is us, or by people we bring from outside. We train 24 local villagers who, as astrotourism guys, we call them astronomy ambassadors. Each of them have been given a telescope funded by the government, and we trained them extensively. They are the ones who are the interlocutors between the sky and the tourists. They are the astrotourism guides, and they make money from that. The number of homestays in the villages has increased from around 6-fold since the last 3 years, largely due to astrotourism, along with other service industry by a lot of other families there. For example, food, travel, local travel, and so on and so forth. The region is 4.5 kilometers above sea level, very low oxygen, therefore it's very remote and inhospitable, and therefore the services are underdeveloped in terms of, forget internet, even power, roads, health, and so on and so forth. But because the government of Ladakh, the state of Ladakh, is interested to promote astrotourism, they're planning to improve local infrastructure to help develop it in terms of 4G networks, a 24-hour power supply, better facilities in the houses, in the homestays, and so on. Right? Thirdly, we have the astronomy ambassadors of the local villagers who are trained to become astrotourism guides, are therefore self-employed, though seasonal, and this increased monetary inflow to villages also due to the homestays which have come up, which have a strong link between the homestays and the astronomy ambassadors, and therefore in some sense it marks a transformation from more what you would call more labor-intensive work in terms of road construction or tourism to more science-driven economic activity or science-driven tourism among this community. Astrotourism, of course, is sustainable only if dark skies are preserved, but in a larger sense, of course, we're talking of sustainability in a much larger sense. Ladakh gets 60% of its revenue from tourism, almost all of which is domestic, and that's predominantly about nature tourism and wildlife tourism. And now we are at a stage where astrotourism develops sufficiently well that we're trying to integrate that with other kinds of tourism happening. Our observatory itself is completely solar powered. The entire region is low carbon footprint due to exigencies of just access. Our own observatory and the Hanle Daskai region is inside a very ecologically sensitive wildlife sanctuary, which is incredibly huge, and therefore any progress or any progress in astrotourism has to be sustainable, but in a larger sense of ecological wildlife as well as energy. We're very, very proud that 2/3 of our 24 astrotourism guides are women. In addition, we now work with the government of Ladakh to install 7 small observatories across the entire state of Ladakh outside the Hanle Daskai Reserve to promote astrotourism across the state. So we want to promote Ladakh itself as a center for astrotourism and therefore for science tourism. And these observatories will also be linked to local schools and communities. And I also want to mention, because of seasonal work, a lot of the homestays in the region are essentially run by the women in the household, because the men are elsewhere working. We don't see Hanle Daskai Reserve only as astrotourism, but we see it as a trigger for development of science, awareness of science across the state. And therefore, we are now reviving 40 labs, astronomy labs in 40 schools across Ladakh. The fraction of Ladakhis opting for science, even high school, if not college, is very, very minimal compared to the rest of India. And we're hoping all of that goes towards promoting science, interest in science, science literacy, scientific temper, etc. in Ladakh a lot. We are also undertaking a very intensive project with 2 of our collaborators to identify and document cultural astronomy in Ladakh. This is in danger of being lost, because this is in the preserve of with the very elderly, very, very few elderly people who are in Ladakh, and therefore documenting it extensively by video, audio, and reports. And the government is interested to put this into school textbooks and therefore incorporate that into not just astrotourism but also in school education. To summarize, therefore, Hanle Daskai Reserve over the last 3 years has now become well known across India as the location for astrotourism. But now I think we are at a stage where we want to move from just astrotourism to science tourism. The region in Ladakh anyway is very well known for its wildlife, geology, flora, ecology, and even archaeology. And we're now trying to work with various other players in the area to promote science-based tourism for science education, for science literacy, and so on in a sustainable way. The neighboring states in the Himalayas have also expressed interest in promoting astrotourism, and we're working with them as well. And therefore, lastly, I invite you to come to Ladakh. Like everybody else, you come to see the mountains, but then we hope you stay for the stars. Thank you.
Thank you, Neruj. Do you have any questions for him? There are no questions, there are no hands up. So we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
So in the program, we're supposed to have a talk by Bella, but there were no slides uploaded. We couldn't find your slides.
There's a question in chat.
Oh, wait, someone said something.
Okay, let me take a look.
Oh, okay, on Slack. On Zoom.
Yes, yeah. Do I have time to answer that, Joy? Or should I answer
Yes,
it?
answer.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an excellent point, and that's also what I alluded to in the sense that the entire area is anyway ecologically sensitive, right? So, so environmental sustainability is an issue which the state of Ladakh is worrying about in terms of its general tourism as well. And the only way we can make sure astronomy tourism doesn't add to the problem, but rather helps, is to integrate that with what's existing already. There are many NGOs as well as governmental organizations looking into making sure that tourism doesn't destroy the ecology of Ladakh, and that's something we are worrying about. About flights, it's inhospitable, therefore flying to Leh is pretty much the main way. There are two roads to the state of Ladakh from west of India, which in winter are closed, and that is definitely one issue. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Neruj. So while we get Bella's slides sorted out, we'll just move on to the next speaker, who is Amy Liambo, who's going to be talking about a holistic approach to societal impact, the African Millimeter Telescope in Namibia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emilia Yambo. I'm a student at the University of Namibia. In case you are wondering where Namibia is located, it's the small, beautiful country, very dry, just around the corner. So I'm very happy and really honored to be here today to talk to you about the holistic approach of societal impact of the Africa Millimeter Telescope. So the Africa Millimeter Telescope will be a 15-meter sub-millimeter radio telescope that will be built in Namibia. It will take color movies of black holes, as well as provide science data provide data for science single dish cases. So the project is organized around 3 pillars. The first one being societal impact. The second one is construction and the design of the telescope. And the third one is science. Now my talk will focus on, okay, thank you. I'm so sorry about that. I totally forgot that I have slides, but anyways, yeah, so that's my introduction. I'm moving on to the third slide. So my talk will focus on the societal impact of the project. And as we all know, big projects like this by default will have a societal impact on the host countries. And as a project, as societal impact as one of the 3 main pillars, we really want to make sure that we have as much positive impact as possible on the Namibian society. We believe that this will allow smooth connections or rather relationships between astronomers and the local societies. And we also believe that this will allow equal distribution of societal resources, and which also in turn will allow the project to stay as close as possible to the sustainable development goals. Now, the vision of the project is to strive for equity, partnership, as well as willingness to contribute to a positive future of all. And this is an intercontinental collaboration, and it's a little bit challenging to achieve that vision provided that you are dealing with people from different backgrounds. So the project has been thinking on ways on how to achieve that, or rather on ways on how to make that vision a reality. And the one solution that we have so far to that problem is the mobile planetarium, which has been in operation since 2022. It has visited many schools in Namibia. I'm not sure of the exact number. I don't have the exact number in mind, but we have about 16,000 Namibians that have visited the mobile planetarium, so far. And this really bridges the gap between astronomers and the local community through collaborations, as you can see in the picture on my far right. So the mobile planetarium is student driven. So those are students from the University of Namibia receiving some financial support from local businesses. It also plays a huge role in developing skills among young astronomers through fellowships. The guy in the picture under education is our very first AMT PhD student, Lord France. And down there, you can see that there are some outreach work going on. So basically that also, the mobile planetarium also facilitates in, it facilitates in growing interest in STEM in school kids, as well as high institution students. It also facilitates in building friendships and understanding with the government organization. In that picture under understanding, so we had a show at the Namibian Parliament, and right down here in the corner, that is our Namibian president with a few members of the project. And in the picture in the right corner, the mobile planetarium also facilitate conversations between the community and our liaison, Zandre, who is also, well, yes. So Zandre is not an astronomer, but he is a well-connected man who is really making sure that the community, the collaborations, the friendship, the understanding is maintained between the project and the stakeholders. In summary, I hope I'm still within my 7 minutes. So in summary, the search for the 3 pillars of the AMT project, the 3 pillars being equity, as well as partnership and willingness to contribute to a positive future, really is facilitated by open dialogues. We try to talk to as many people as possible and really find out what they want out of this project, and also listening to what they have to say, listening to their feedback, either feedback within the team, feedback from business, the business partners, feedback from government organization, and feedback from the society as a large, as well as allocating human capacity, someone that can make sure that we maintain the collaborations and the relationship that we have with the community. With that said, I've come to the end of my talk, unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Do we have a question for her? She's just running away. Do we have any questions for her? Oh, no, it's gone. No questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker then. Bella, we have your slides sorted out. So our next speaker is Bella, and she will be talking about advancing disaster resilience in Ethiopia, harnessing astronomy and interdisciplinary collaboration for sustainable development.
Thank you very much. Good late afternoon, everyone. My name is Bella Roman. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm from social sciences, social work, gender studies, and inclusive projects. So what I'm going to present is advancing disaster risk resilience in Ethiopia, how we're going to harness astronomy and interdisciplinary collaboration for sustainable development. Okay, so the major objective of this presentation is to share how astronomy and interdisciplinary approaches can improve disaster resilience in Ethiopia. So to give a brief overview of Ethiopia's vulnerability to disasters, like any other nation in the world, due to the climate change, we're facing frequent droughts and floods, disaster, desert locust, landslide, which all disproportionately affecting impoverished and vulnerable communities. So the picture on the slide is showing a very recent twin landslide that cost us more than 300 people's lives. And as you see, many of the people are affected are living in the rural parts of the country where we have limited infrastructure and we lost it as a result of the landslide. So exposure to natural hazards is place-based, however, vulnerability and adaptive capacity differs. So as a result of the climate change and the frequent natural disasters, agricultural activities distorted, increasing pressures over water, food, and energy. And as a result, majority of the time, women and young girls are, taking more time in collecting water and also energy, fire fuel for energy, so that they're, getting far away from their schools. So addressing this challenge requires innovative approach, business unusual, integrating advanced technologies and interdisciplinary efforts. So the role of astronomy is space science. As we all understand, science and technology are crucial innovations, offering new and enhanced methods for across the disaster risk management cycle from prevention to recovery. They're already making a significant impact in saving lives and livelihoods through innovative approaches. So astronomy and space science offers advanced tools for hazard and risk assessments and improving the accuracy of early warnings. Previously, we were using twice a year assessment methods. Now with the use of space technology, satellite-based observation, we start to track and forecast flood, drought, wildfire, and things like that. So utilizing our observations and imagery with the predictive modeling for rapid damage assessment, for instance, in combining satellite-based data and GIS technologies for landslide mapping and understanding pre and post event situations. So this is the slide I'm interested in, empowering communities with early warning data from the information gathered from space astronomy and data. Tools like Surveyor provide early warning and insight to communities, enhancing their preparedness and response to flood, and also addressing economic and social losses as we use satellite data support parametric insurance schemes because to trigger the insurance scheme, we need accurate data when to release funds to for recovery. So these are a triggering payout based on disaster indicators to provide financial relief. Other is communicating disaster risks to enhance community resilience, use satellite data and outreach program to involve women and vulnerable populations in DRM that enhances resilience and equality among genders. Engaging affected and vulnerable communities in generating research questions and also conducting research. So these are a few of our experiences. The East African Office for Astronomy for Development, IAROD, the office is found in Ethiopia. So this office supports various initiatives in Africa to address local challenges. It offers interdisciplinary collaborations among astronomers, meteorologists, and DRM experts. It established early warning system and also National Natural Hazard Risk Atlas that provides real-time data, and also installed optical telescope for asteroid tracking. So the way forward is we will continue to contribute on the human assistance by using satellite data in GIS map for food insecurity and distribution plan, which WFP, World Food Program, is already using, so that we will continue to contribute to that. And also foster collaboration among the private sector, which is very rare in our context, and NGOs and donors to invest in space technology, satellite-based services to build a more resilient and inclusive society. The third one is to support and fund research and innovations on astronomy and space technologies and applications toward this, disaster risk management activities. This is in brief of my slides. Thank you. The first one is Amasagnalo in Amharic, which is meaning thank you. Amasagnalo.
Thank you, Bella.
Do you have any questions?
Do you have any questions for Bella? No? Okay, well, we can still have a chat with her afterwards if you do think of something. Okay, so this brings us to the last talk for the day. Thank you so much for surviving this long. Our last speaker for the day is Timmy. No? We have the slides. Okay, so we are missing a Timmy. Okay, I'm guessing that they forgot about their presentation. Well, then I guess that brings us to the end of the OED session. I would like to thank everyone for joining us today, even though the room is now empty because people had to leave since we're running over time. I will go petition that we need an actual conference just for the OED so everyone can have an opportunity to talk about their work, because clearly there's a lot that needs to be shared and we just don't have enough time to do it because we have to just try to squeeze everything all together. So thank you so much for joining us, and we will be still around for the next 2 weeks. So if you want to talk to the OED, we're available at the IAU exhibition. Just follow the Earth Ball. Otherwise, join us tomorrow for the joint officers session at 3:30 in Auditorium 1, where we will have all IAU officers as well as the CPS Center discussing science for society. So it's still within the lines of the OED work. So please join us tomorrow, and I hope you have a lovely evening and see you around throughout the rest of the week and next week. Thank you.